welcome in. Hello, my favorite gamer. We're tonight Saturday stream. I hope you're having a good day today so far. I hope you're having a great day so far. It'll be even better. For everyone, because we're gonna spend pretty much the entire stream watching leftists get their shit kicked into. And for legal reasons, this is bad. For YouTube's TOS, this is bad. But for you guys and chat, well, how you have your opinion on this situation, the matter, well, that's up to you. That's up to you, chat. So I hope we're having a good day today. If not, I'll try to make it relatively better. Okay? Okay, sound like a plan? Sounds like a plan to me. Yeah. Oh. I realize I keep forgetting to set the goal. I'm a horrible e-whore. I keep on forgetting to set the goal on YouTube. Okay. Well, I guess we'll throw on the P.E.P.E hoodie again, for tonight's stream. If we get 10 super chats over on YouTube. Doesn't matter the color. You know, as long as we hit the goal, that's what matters. We got 3 hours. It's all good in the hood here. So are we getting spicy and malt tonight? Well, I mean, we're not gonna be hearing any N-words. You know, there might be a few F-slurs, every once in a, you know, slipped out a couple times. You know, we'll probably get some small tiny hats with big noses. Well, actually, I can guarantee that will be some tiny hats with some big noses. We'll be featuring for tonight's stream. So yeah, I mean, it's gonna be like moderate level spice. I don't expect it to be like super crazy. If it was a black woman that died or a black man, then it'd be like, well, one, that'd be another day that ends in Y, so I wouldn't have cared as much. But two, like, then yeah, but in this case, it's just a lesbian, and well, who cares about lesbians? I almost made the thumbnail for this stream. Instead of like they won't stop as the little header for the thumbnail there that I had it there. I had it as like all over lesbians, you know. And it's just like I don't know if YouTube would like the fact that I'm kind of implying that a lesbian's life isn't worth rioting over. So I was like, okay, I should probably change it just to be a little bit on the safe side, since the odds are staying up, since there's gonna be no more videos for this foreseeable future. Speaking of which, if anybody knows how to edit, I'm just saying, if anybody knows how to edit, and can edit well, can deal with my retardation and all that fun stuff, and is relatively cheap, I'm just saying, you know, be greatly appreciated. Because I fucking hate editing. I'd rather shoot myself than edit. So it'd be nice. Winters is a free man. Yes, Winters is a free man. He's no longer editing, for me or for anybody else in general, actually. But some of you guys know, some of you guys don't know, but he has had a huge, I won't get into the details, but he had a pretty big family tragedy happen recently. And it has not been pleasant, to say the least, and so therefore he has stopped editing entirely. And and he won't be coming back anytime soon. So yeah, I didn't really like want to make it super public for this case, but Winters has been a huge staple of my channel for from basically the get-go. Him and Trium are my right and left hand men, so it has sucked quite a lot. But you know, I'm working with him to hopefully make things a bit better on his end, but he's not going to be coming back to edit. So I still need an editor. So yeah. Oh, I'm praying for Winters. Didn't know, but sending him prayers. Well, thank you guys. I do appreciate that. I have been trying to help out with help him as much as possible. As he's been going through it. But you know, only so much a retarded woman can really do, and everything. So it hasn't been kind to him. Life definitely has not been nice to the poor man, and he doesn't deserve it. So yeah. Sorry to start off the stream on a heavy note. I'm sorry, chat. So sad. Best of luck there isn't left in the world. Yeah. I mean, he'll be okay in due time. He'll be okay in due time. Time does heal all wounds. I firmly believe it, but it's still gonna take some time, obviously, before well, anyone gets there, right? So, yeah. But yeah, but anyway, I don't want to like I don't want to be like super dismissive of the situation. I think in my case, like I've known about this for a few weeks now, so like, cause I didn't really want to make it like super public knowledge in this case. But yes, I more or less, this is my advertisement that I am looking for another editor again. So if you do know how to edit, the deal's actually on the table. Um, I am a cheap whore though, so don't expect anything like crazy money wise. I had a good deal with Winters with everything. So yeah, but if you know how to edit, hit me up. I guess I don't know. Usually I don't really answer my DMs, but in this case, I probably should be responsible and answer my DMs. Yeah, Discord at least. So. Oh, I'm too lazy to even edit my own videos. Yes. Yeah, actually, no, like, in this case, like, I did try my hand at editing, well, a year ago now. I mean, how my channel really, you know, got started was my Sam Hyde React. When he did his first video of the series he's been doing so far, when he was responding to Vivek Ramaswamy's and Elon's H1B crash out, last, December, January. And I edited that myself, and I had some issues with it, but it did decently well, and that's, you know, how the channel started, you know, growing, essentially. And I did a couple more videos myself after that, but honestly, I really dislike editing. Like, to me, it's really tedious. I know there's different tools, and I'm sure there's different, like, tips and tricks and things like that that go along with it, but I just don't find it enjoyable. Like, at all. It's hard to kind of describe because you're probably thinking, well, editing it's easy, right? And I guess in a way it kind of is, but at the same time, like, it's just it's a lot of it takes a long time, and it's a very tedious project to go through, and I just don't like it. But that's just the best way to put it. Like, I'd rather be doing anything else. I'd rather be doing anything else. Like, I'd rather go back to the office job again than edit. That's how much I hate editing. So I'm more than happy to pay somebody else to do it. In this case. Oh. And that's where Winters eventually came in, because he's just like, well, you know, I'm out of a job currently, and I'm willing to learn a new skill. So it's like, okay, cool, here, I'm gonna give you some money. It's not gonna be much, but it's something, right? It's better than nothing, especially with you being jobless. And then it turned into a full-on gig, as he actually enjoyed editing and everything. So it's like, okay, cool. But yeah, oh well. So uh, Sar, I can edit for a good pay, Sar. I can edit vids for 2 rice bags. Okay, you're that's a pretty tough deal. That's a pretty tough deal, Salt. But you know, I'm sure we can negotiate something. So, choose to be a streamer hates editing. See, there's this difference between streaming and making your own videos. There's a reason why I stream and I don't actually make videos. There's a difference. And pretty much every single VTuber, especially of decent size, usually either doesn't make their own videos, or if they do have videos, they don't make them themselves. Actually, very few streamers actually do their own videos, unless they're like hardcore, or they hate themselves, or they actually like editing. If I actually liked editing, then it wouldn't be a problem. I would do it. But man, I'd rather take a gun to my head than edit. Oh, oh. Oh, so here I am. Thank you, Anime Acumen, for the $2 dues. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, yes, hello, Mawa. Hello, Anime Acumen. Thank you for stopping by and for the $2 dues. Thank you, Jacob McAllen, for the $2 dues. Sorry, I got to do the actual accent here. Do not redeem! Do not redeem! Sir! Let me edit this, this on boobs! No, denied. Though, you know, at the same time, H1Bs do sound kinda nice now. Uh. Oh, thank you, Anime Acumen, for $10 dues. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Here's the 1 out of 10 kickoff. Now, pardon me. Going to keep my head under cold water headache since I got back from dinner. Keep it in the cold. I'll be able to listen just occupied. Well, no worries, dude. I hope you feel better. I recommend arnica. Get some strong fucking arnica to help you out if you want a natural method, or if you want to give up and accept the autism. I recommend taking autism pills. Usually I try to avoid them as much as possible. But when it really fucking sucks, the autism pills do work after all. So but I do hope you feel better. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Especially with you, since you yap a lot, hard to tell what's chaff and what's sweet. Oh my god, yes. One thing that I struggled with is like, okay, what do I actually keep in that's actually worthy of context? Especially since I go on so many tangents. And a lot of the tangents are like pretty easy to go, you know, be like, oh, okay, this is easy to cut off, right? But sometimes not so much. And it's like, okay, well, I feel like this is important, and therefore I feel like it should add to the video. But if the video is too long, then nobody watches it. And it goes back and forth like that. And I know Winters had the same problem too when he was editing, at least in the get-go. Over time he was able to, you know, figure it out and that kind of deal with what the cut and what the not cut and that stuff. So, and then I was really proud of him because from me he started working on videos for other people too. Like he actually had a decent clientele. And so like it's just it's quite tragic what has happened, honestly. Minus, I mean, the family tragedy alone is already obviously a huge blow, right? But just to kind of lose kind of what he was building up for, because I mean, like I said, he was jobless like from the beginning, and to actually kind of like getting his own business more or less by editing videos for people. But I mean, it's just what happens sometimes. Life fucking sucks. Yeah, it depends on how complex you want the edits to be. Basic editing is easy, but time consuming. It really doesn't have to be complex. I mean, whatever Winters was doing essentially. Basically cutting down the, like I would give him timestamps for when certain sections would start. That way he didn't have to go through the whole entire VOD. And, I'd be like, hey, make a video from this, and then he would take basically that section. So like, let's say, for example, with the Minnesota riots, right? He'll basically, like, there's the foreplay in the beginning, but then there's usually a bit tangenting at the end. And so he would basically cut those sections off, and then he would work with the in-between. And, you know, cut off the tangents, pee breaks, whatever the case is. Any extra fluff. Because, like, for example, tonight, there's going to be lots of riot videos. But, like, for a video, you don't need to see every single riot video, right? So, you know, just kind of, like, picking and choosing which ones actually stay. And my commentary for it really doesn't need to be at no extra, like, really sound effects or extra pictures or anything like that. It's basically just taking the VOD and basically making it into, like, a workable video. More or less. And which is sounds easy, but when you have a 5.5 hour VOD, that's a lot of time. Dead air, different things like that, just yeah, it just takes time. So yeah. Well, yeah, the only videos I watch are basically in stream format. That's me personally too. Like, if there's a streamer that I like, I rather just watch the stream because it's a full authentic experience and I actually like the streamer. But not everybody does that, and for until they get like introduced into the channel, and usually they get introduced through a video. And even then, there's still a lot of people who just like to watch videos because they are so much shorter, much more condensed information. And then there's a bunch of people that watch it and then just go. But, you know, and it is what it is. So, but it's just how it works. But videos are absolutely essential for, the channel essentially. So without it, there'd be no growth. And well, I don't want to become big and famous. You know, I like new people. I'm not gonna lie. I like new people. I don't get me wrong. I love the old heads too. But just trying to. But long story short, I mean, yeah, there's a reason why channels release videos. Fun fact. Uh, uh, I clicked on this because I'm from Minnesota, so I'm pretty much an expert. Well, I will happily take in your opinions when we get to the riots and everything like that here relatively soon. I'm You could just be a pure streamer. Do you need normal videos? I mean, I need it? No. But if we're gonna be going into the number fagging here, then it's like there's gonna be some severe stagnation, in that case. So, and, I don't want to be big and famous, but stagnation doesn't sound fun either. So, it's trying to go the in between essentially here. Just use more clickbait titles for your vids. Well, I need vids for that to happen, anyways. Thank you, Sixion, for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. La Creatura. Yes, I am the amalgamation. I am the hot mess express. Yes, I am. Thank you, Razor, for the $5 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The gun is mightier than the SUV. If you're dumb enough to drive into armed feds, so that's on you for being a contestant for the Darwin Awards. It's actually worse than her driving into it. She was there for a solid like 3 to 4 minutes before any shit went down. I have the video for that too. Jesus, like, oh my god, like. Oh, I have so many thoughts. I have so many thoughts about the situation. That's what, like, I ranted a lot about women, when we covered the Minnesota situation when it first went down. What, Wednesday? That was, for that case. And it's just like, and I was like, yeah, she's an agitator, she's clearly stopped in the, like, even with the video that we had on hand, it was very clear that she stopped in the middle of the road. She was impeding the ICE agent. She was resisting arrest because she refused to get out of the car, and she purposely ran over him. Like, the one initial video that we had already proved all that shit, and since then, even more videos have come out. And it's just been hot, like, and it's just like, every single video that comes out is just even more and more damning. Like, I probably could have talked about this topic yesterday, but I didn't, because I was like, okay, there's more's gonna come out, and sure enough, wait another day, more's coming out. And it's like, Jesus Christ, by tomorrow more will come out, especially with how many riots and protests have been happening, with everything. And it's just like, this is not ending anytime soon, clearly. But, I'm also not complaining too much, because it makes the left look complete imbeciles that they are. And it means ICE is actually doing something, which I'm also not complaining about that either. So the only concern is the left-right divide that is just complete separate realities, like completely separate realities. It's not even fucking funny, with it. So this is a pretty spicy topic overall. It's gonna be like the Kyle Rittenhouse situation all over again, where there's gonna be a huge section of the population who legitimately believes that he just killed people randomly. Or hell, killed black people too. God, I've seen some black people talk about how, like, he murdered some innocent black men and shit. And it's like, you literally know nothing about the situation with Kyle Rittenhouse at all. He didn't kill, he killed 0 black people. Like, and they were men. One was a pedophile, one was a wife beater, and one was a sex pest. Like, okay, and one of them, only one died, and one got shot in the arm. Actually, no, the 2 died. Okay, I'm forgetting how many died. I know one got away after being shot in the arm, and stuff like that. But like, there's still a section of the population that legitimately believes that Kyle Rittenhouse was a murderer and got away with it and killed black people and all this other like crazy fucking shit, and it's just like that is the furthest from the fucking truth. But okay, that's exactly what's gonna happen with this Renee Good lady. And with it, they're like, oh, she's just an innocent mum. Oh, me mum died in the Hundi. Me mum died in the Hundi. Oh my god. Oh, you know, it's like no, 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 no. That's not what happened at all. Just watch the fucking video. But then again, there's plenty of leftists that have watched the video and their eyes are lying to them, or they are so ideologically captured that they just, you know, think about something completely different, or they just don't want to admit the fact that they're wrong. Which, frankly, I'm going more with the latter than anything, but still. So, Georgina Floyd causing a winter of love in LMAO. Actually true though. Georgina Floyd, I can't drive. Once again having riots. Oh my god. You know, the more things change, the more things stay the same. Me life died in the crackdowns. The Rittenhouse thing's a good litmus test to see who just listens to the mainstream narrative and who seek out the truth. Actually 100% true. 100% true. I'll have a great example of that later with Renee Good, actually. I found something that was so abysmally retarded that I have to show you guys on stream. But that'll be a little bit later. Once we get through the tabs. And since I just basically started talking about the situation, we're gonna skip the foreplay today. We're gonna go raw dogging it, and then dry as well. So apparently less foreplay today than normal, but that's okay. We have plenty of riot videos to watch anyways. First off, did I miss another super chat? I did not miss another super chat. Okay, we're all good in the hood there. I don't want to be that bad of a whore. Just only slightly bad of a whore. Okay. Excuse me. So yesterday, it came out cell phone footage showing the perspective of the federal agent. So apparently, ICE agents don't have body cams, which is absolutely retarded, by the way. I just want to point that out, that ICE agents don't have body cams, apparently. Or maybe not all of them do. Not exactly sure on that. But I figured they would because they're ICE agents. Like, police have body cams now thanks to Black Lives Matter blowing it up on their faiths. But I figured ICE would have it as well. Like, I feel like there'd be like basic bitch, federal officers, high priority, all like the stuff. But anyways, but I'm glad he actually recorded himself because it essentially works the same thing as body cam footage. I do want to point out the irony of the fact that Black Lives Matter was pushing for so long for police to get body cams to prove that they did not do nothing, right? And then so then they get body cam footage. And then every single instance since then, there's never been another George Floyd, because every single time they try to paint this narrative of, oh, they didn't do nothing, he was good innocent boy, you know, didn't do nothing, oh, blah 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 blah, he was just a pastor or a community leader or whatever the case is. Well, I don't know. Then the body cam footage comes out and it's just a wild feral beast attacking them every single time, every single goddamn time. And needless to say, we never hear any of these stories anymore. No more George Floyd's. No more of that Ahmed dude or whatever the fuck his name was. It's some sort of like Middle Eastern name from years ago now that they keep on bringing up. No more Breonna Taylor. No more God, what was the Ferguson riots for? That was like a slightly before my time when it came to Ferguson riots. I was still pretty young. Old enough to kind of hear about it, but young enough not to fully understand what was happening with that one, right? But basically, we don't have those anymore. When it comes to the blackies, because well, the body cam shows otherwise. So, hands up, don't shoot was stupid even back then. Apparently, a lie too. So, Michael Brown, that was his name. Name's a little bit ironic, not gonna lie, but okay. So, every Black Lives Matter incident from the start was proven to be Ashworth, and the first one they took 2 years to release the dashcam footage. Yeah, like as soon as you get the footage, it's the case is closed. It's very obvious that the cops are innocent and the non attacked first. So and it's like every single time. And that's why they're so reluctant. Like, for example, another example there. Speaking of tangents and having to edit them out if you ever get them in a video. Austin McCaff last year, he was stabbed by Carmelo Anthony. There's no footage about that. Granted, that's not like an example of body cam footage. But we're not seeing any of the footage from there. Whether that be recorded on the cell phone, which has to be at least one person recording, because everybody records everything these days, or any of the surveillance cameras from the areas. Like, we're not getting any of that footage, and it's almost been a year, because that guy just corroborate the story that Carmelo Anthony stabbed Austin McCaff over a fucking seat for over nothing, absolutely nothing, just chimped out as per usual. And we can't have that because that's racist. So. Oh, this is close to a knee moment. Listen, I like to say knee on occasion, okay? You know, NY is nice and funny from time to time, don't get me wrong, but a nice, solid, crisp, hard R really gets the gears going, you know? Like, it just, the lubrication that the nice, hard R of nuclear, you know, just the at the end just makes you just go, delicious. Just really activates the senses and tingles the soul, you know, as the goes on. So. Ginger, yes, exactly, Ginger. Amal should play Morrowind so she learned the true and well, I do want to play Morrowind one day, but that's never gonna happen at this rate. Thank you, Bud Borzik, for your subby bubby for 8 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I love how their excitement with body cams just makes them angry and cope. Yes. Exactly. And thank you, Finny Waggett. Not a name baguette anymore. Thank you for the $2 dues. I do like your name, Finny Waggett. If you're Spanish, you can roll the R to make it even harder. I can't roll my R's. I'm not Spanish. I'm not Mexican. Believe it or not, in fact, I am actually white. I know. Right-wing VTuber, actually white. Mission impossible. I am a Mossad agent, though. So, chances of me being Jewish are up there. But I can't roll my R's. I took French in high school. Like... Thank you, Flynn the Man 23 for the $1 you do. As long as we can say the country of Niger. I was like, okay, how do I not say it? Like, I know it's the country, right? And I know the country is safe to say. But, like, at the same time, just in case I mispronounce it, I should be careful how I pronounce it. But then I still mispronounce it anyways. And my carefulness of Niger. Niger. Thank you, Dave414, for your subby bubby for 3 months in a row. Every single time applies to the nons of every type. Exactly. Exactly. Calm down, Chewy. No. Oh my god. Oh, okay. If we actually do say the hard R, the legit hard R of Ginger, let's actually watch this footage here, because this is actually insane. This is actually fucking insane when I saw this. I was like, you can't make this shit up. Oh my god. Okay. The volume there. But first off, I do want to point out, as a local vagina holder, I am very concerned about the doggo, okay? Like, I do not give a shit about the woman, okay? But how is the dog doing? Like, how that dog doing for real this time? Because the fact that she got shot in the fucking face, blood splattered everywhere, I'm sure brain matter all over the fucking place, and then she rams into the other two cars there. At the end with her dead body. Like, is the dog okay? Like, I have not heard a single report about what has happened to the dog, and I'm actually legitimately concerned about it. Because, like, that's traumatic. It probably, like, I wouldn't be surprised if it actually is dead, but I don't want to think about it because that's unfair. Like, it's completely unfair that the dog dies because the woman is just absolutely batshit insane. Like, the dog doesn't deserve that shit. From what I've heard, the dog is fine. Thank God. Okay, because I've not heard a single thing about the dog. And the dog, yeah, like, I imagine there'll at least be, like, some damage to it, you know? Just because of how hard the car hits the other cars, at the end. So, uh, the dog is fine, don't worry. Okay, okay. I will not worry about the doggo this time. But when I saw there was a dog, I was like, are you fucking serious? You can press E to pet it? Oh my god, okay. Okay. The dog is definitely not fine even if uninjured. True. I mean, even for dogs, watching something get shot is pretty traumatizing. And then also the fact they're lesbians is probably not exactly a healthy home for the doggo anyways. So, yeah, I'm very concerned about the dog. So, black labs matter, exactly. Uh. Also, well, okay. Also, sorry, not to move on. Like, I meant to move on from the dog, okay? But why would you bring a dog to the protest? Like, I'm sorry I'm focusing so much on the dog, okay? But I really do care more about this dog's life than the entirety of the continent of India, for example. Like, you know the whole meme of like some sort of cute animal on Twitter and being like this cute animal's life has more value than all of India. This is exactly the fucking case here, okay, with me? Like, this is how exactly I feel about this dog in this situation. And why would you take it to a protest, especially when you know, which she didn't know in advance, that she would be blocking the road? She knew full well in advance that she would be blocking the road for this protest. Spoiler alerts, she is part of a whole ICE prevention and ICE watch group who actually train her to do this kind of stuff. So why would you fucking bring your dog to this? Knowing full well that you're possibly risking its life for your own stupidity here. Anyway, okay. Now I will move on from the dog, okay? For now. Look at how smug she is, too, okay? Well, one, she's ugly as fuck. But I will not try not to disparage her too much in this case. She's already dead. But like, look at her, how smug she is. She knows exactly what she's doing. She's ready to fight.
It's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
I'm not mad at you, she says, refused to run you over with her car. Typical woman.
It's okay, we don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later.
And look how smug she is, too. We don't change our plates every morning. Okay. Why do you feel the feeling like can you even say that by chance? Because I mean, I know that when people steal cars, they change their license plates, but it's not exactly the first thing that I'm thinking when I'm talking to cops when they're taking a recording of my vehicle. Like, I don't know, like, it's not something I think about commonly enough to be able to mention when I'm talking to a cop. But then again, I don't really speak to cops because I don't go to protests where I'm putting my life on my line for some Somali immigrants. I need to slur. I sometime soon I need to just like off stream or maybe for a Rumble only stream. I just need to go like a whole therapy session with the hard R. Oh, because the the need to do so is rising in me. Oh, it's been suppressed for too long. Um, but like still, like why would you feel the need to bring that up? Why is that actually important? that, like, you change your plates. Oh, like, why are you mentioning that? Like, I don't know. Like, to me, that means she has to have some sort of knowledge already, or some sort of experience, with changing plates, being around officers where that comes up. Something along those lines, if that makes any sense. Because I don't feel like any normie would actually mention that. But then again, she's not even a normie. She's an activist, a lesbian activist. So chances are, especially with the other knowledge that we already have about her being on the Ice Watch prevention list type of deal, that they probably do have some sort of tactic or some sort of involvement doing exactly that. So,
That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking
I don't like how she even mentions as a U.S. citizen too. Like, oh, now it matters when they're citizens. Now it matters that they're actually citizens. We're gonna do everything we can to protect illegals and these foreign Somalians that don't belong here in Minnesota, even though they claim that Minnesota was promised to them 3,000 years ago. But we ourselves are legal citizens, so we can do whatever the fuck we want here.
You wanna come at us? You wanna come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car.
And here we go, chat. Here we fucking go. So the other ICE agent comes by, says, "Get out of the fucking car."
Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car.
She backs up. No, and she clearly sees the guy recording, the ICE agent recording here. She's basically looking almost exactly at him. Even if it's a little bit more off into the distance, it's still within her vision here. So she knows that as she backs up, she sees him.
Get out of the car.
And then she looks directly at him again as she repositions the car directly at him again. He hasn't moved. The car moved. He didn't move. The car moved to be directly in front of him. And then the lesbian says, "Drive, baby, drive."
Whoa!
And he just rammed into. So I don't know about you, but Big Boy did get his lunch called Fuck Around and Find Out sandwich here, featuring a gun and an exploded head. Because everything about this proves that it was 100% intentional what she did here. When this happened on Wednesday, from the video that we watched then from the original perspective, I called it 100% intentional there. Like, there's already signs, it was already obvious in that case, but you still had people talking about, even on the right, and saying that, like, oh, well, she panicked. Oh, she didn't know what she was doing. Oh, she was trying to turn away from him. Oh, he stepped in front of the car and all this stuff. And I was like, no, it's pretty clearly it was also intentional that what she was doing. And regardless, but maybe the panicked armament could possibly work because she's a woman and a woman shouldn't be driving. Oh my god, there was this one viral tweet that I saw about how, like, as a woman that sometimes panics while driving, I could understand why she would do this or something along those lines. And it's just like, talk about a self-report, but okay then. But now that we have this angle of it from the actual ICE officer himself, recording the video himself, it's very clearly as she looks directly at him with the wife beater, saying "Drive, baby, drive," that was meant to be, and she's smiling. She is so smug throughout the whole entire thing. Looks once again, looks directly at him and smiles. Directly at him and smiles like that. Now, I would probably say that maybe her intention wasn't actually to kill him. I don't really think that. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too nice myself. Maybe it's my own woman bleeding heart here. I don't think she was actually intending on killing him, but I definitely think she wanted to hit him because, like, the thing about women is they don't actually understand strength, because they are weak. There's a reason why a bunch of women be like, "Oh my god, I could beat you up," or whatever the case is, or how these, like, muscle mommies talk about, like, how they're so strong, but then some average dude, that doesn't work out and just plays video games all day can still beat their ass. Like, they don't understand strength, they don't understand power, they don't understand how far things can actually go. And so in the moment when the adrenaline's pumping like this, she's got her wife yelling at her, saying, "Drive, baby, drive!" And she thinks she's hardcore fucking with these ICE agents. I don't really think she's really intending to kill him, but I do think she was intending to hurt him 100%, and that's exactly what she did. What she didn't realize in the heat of the moment was the fact that actions have consequences because women don't know how to take responsibility. And, well, she got a lead sandwich. So. uh, and I think she fully deserves it. Um. And Walls himself put in the law that officers are allowed to discharge a weapon in this very situation, based. Even if it's Walls himself doing it. Because this is, a car is a deadly weapon. You can kill somebody, even at a very slow speed, when you have like 3 fucking tons charging at them, with how heavy it is. And I mean, you can see in the video that it makes him trip up and fall a little bit. And if he didn't regain his footing, that if he actually fell down, and lay down on the ground, then she would just ran him over. And it doesn't matter how fast you're going. When you have 3 tons running you over while you're lying flat there, those are bones crushed. Those are organs smashed. Like, you're fucking dead. In this case. So, yes, she 100% deserved to get shot. It is self-defense. 100%. He canceled her lifetime subscription permanently. Oh, thank you, my cock, for the 5 the gifted memberships over on YouTube. Thank you, my dude. Thank you. Speaking of the gifted memberships, I am planning on doing a members only live stream sometime this month. Well, I already have a date in mind. I just need to talk to the mods and be like, "Hey, you guys, are you available this day so we can do the member only live streams?" But I keep on forgetting. Because I have dementia. Mods, can you yell at me later to ask you what date to do the members only live streams? Anyway. Oh, and speaking of which, thank you, my cock, for the another gifted membership. Thank you. Oh, and another gifted membership as well. Hell yeah. If you are Yakub's strongest soldier, you get access to the members only live stream when that happens. And the gifted memberships are now that tier. So you can get it. For free for one. Oh my god, my cock. Oh my god. Okay, thank you again for another one. Bro's making it green. Yeah. I like seeing so many memberships on YouTube and like the color green like that. So Giga my cock. I know exactly, Giga cock. Thank you, Anime Acumen, for the $5 dues. There's an easy way to do that, Mall. Member only streams or streaming service that rhymes with Rick. Oh, are you talking about the N-word? Oh, yeah, I mean, I stream on Rumble and Kick at the same time. There's a, like, you can see with the Restream bot, and chat, that's, going from Kick and Rumble. I do try to do Rumble only streams about once a month, roughly. Somewhere along those lines. Because even with Kick, you have to be careful with saying the N-word. So I try to avoid it there. Thank you, Anime Acumen, for another $5 dues. Thank you. Common sense car control. Certain people just don't need to drive. Think of the children. Now give us a Netflix adaptation. Well, if the Netflix adaptation would have her as a black woman, but then again, yeah, but like, they're 100% gonna paint her as a victim and be like, look at this poor innocent black woman. She just took her kid to school an hour ago. You know, she didn't do nothing as all didn't do nothings always do. Oh, in this case. Personally, though, I advocate for women in general not to be able to drive. Thank you, William Geary, for becoming YouTube's strongest soldier. Thank you. I'll happily see you on the members only stream later this month. And thank you, my cock, for the $2 dues. Silly tax, yes. The silly tax. The dyke wife did this whole novel-sized public thing that I did not bother to read. Oh, she did? Oh, and welcome, Z. Welcome in. Nice to see you over on Rumble. I hope you're doing well. Now I kind of want to read that, actually. Just out of curiosity. I wanna see what, like, this thing wants to say. I call her a thing, right? Because I like to misgender from time to time. Um, where is she at? Where is? Let me get a better view of her. Somewhere in here. Somewhere in here we get to see two ugly bitches, and this is two more ugly bitches than I like to see. Okay, that's gonna be close enough for her for now, right? Like she just looks like a dude. She just looks like a fucking manlet. She's like Elliot Page or Ellen Page or where the fuck that actor's name. The one from like Umbrella Academy. This Umbrella Academy became really popular a few years ago. I remember it being like, oh, the rage, and Gerard Way from My Chemical Romance's comic book is coming to life and all this stuff. And I actually liked the first season, but anyway, that's beside the point. And then the one of those actors turned into like a 5'1" manlet as they transitioned after being a lesbian. And this is exactly what's happening here. Like you just look like a horrible man. You just look like a fake man. Like what are you doing with your life? Just grow out your hair. I mean, granted, she's like 40 years old, so she's already hit the wall anyways. But like, just embrace your femininity. You don't need to look like a manlet. You look pathetic. Like Jesus Christ. Also, apparently the rape whistle that she's wearing is actually really expensive, too. Like her whole outfit's apparently really fucking expensive overall. Actually, I didn't bring it up on one of my tabs. Let me go get it real quick because I have so many tabs for today. I thought I had a ton for Wednesday when this whole fucking situation happened in the first place. But then more happened. There we go. So this is not like 100% one-to-one with it. But this is apparently this is a Frugo survival whistle. $7,490. I'm not sure how true this is, but it's Steven Crowder, and Steven Crowder, is not like completely unreliable, right? Like he's not like super unreliable. And it's like it's actually looks like the same one too. So I'm like, oh my god, if this is actually true and not just for the shit posts and the memes, because I know the boots are not correct, but it's just like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck is going on here? If this is actually true, or it could just be a meme, but if this is true, it makes me really want to just like, oh my god. um, there's no way that rape whistle's like $7,000. So I think it's just a meme. But at the same time, like there's also clearly some funding going on with this shit, right? So it's like I wouldn't also be surprised. I know somebody did a whole breakdown of Candace Owens' wardrobe before, and you would see the clothes that she wears, and you could find some of the shit that she wears from like Walmart or Target, right? Or even Amazon. But for some reason she decides to buy the name brand that are like thousands of dollars, and it's just like, why are clothes this expensive? It's it's just a t-shirt. It's just a dress. It should not be more than like $25. Why are you wearing something that's like $2,000? What is wrong with you? So, so these days, I don't know what's actually true or not when it comes to people's clothes, because apparently there are clothes out there that look like they come from Walmart that are like $2,000. And it's like, why are you $2,000? I buy my clothes off Amazon. Thank you, Morgan LeFou, for Suppy Bubby for 8 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 2026 is starting to look fun. Hell yeah. It's it's been a wild 2026. Normally I'm a staunch nothing ever happens, okay? I'm a staunch nothing ever happens bros. That kind of deal. We like doom pill on the daily, right? And then all of a sudden 2026 kicks off and it's like, oh shit, things are happening, something's actually happening. It's like, oh, okay, nothing ever happens bros on Suicide Watch for real, for real. Fucking hell. Oh. Oh, but here is another video too that I feel like just like this seals the deal. I mean, actually, I guess technically this one seals the deal already, showing that she, purposely ran into him, smiling, all that fun stuff too. But just the icing on the cake, it's like 3 minutes before the whole event even happened. You can clearly see her video blocking ICE agents for 3 minutes as she's dancing to her own car horn. Like, and that rape whistle in the background, it has to be the wife. Like, it has to fucking be the wife, right? Because, like, it just the rape whistle that she's wearing, all this other stuff, how obnoxious she is, drive, baby, drive, like, it has to be her. And there she is. There she is. How, like, man, how bored do you have to be? How much do you have to hate yourself to be that obnoxious when you're white? Like, okay, with the lower IQs, I understand why they're so obnoxious because they just don't have the object permanence. They don't understand per capita. They don't really understand how the world actually functions because they're not capable of, and so they just kind of like chimp out as they always do. But to have no shame and to just sit there in the middle of the road, purposely blocking it, and was going through this neighborhood, blaring your car horn like that like crazy, and being so proud about it too. It's like, what are you doing with your life? Surely you have higher priorities than this, right? Right? Like, I can't imagine going out of my way just to do that. I don't think there's any cause in the whole entire world that would make me actually park my car in the middle of the road and blare my horn to be obnoxious as possible. But then again, I'm not a lesbian, so therefore, you know, I guess I'm not that bad. Lesbians are the Jews of women. Like, this actively gives me anxiety. Like, maybe this is because I'm too much of a woman myself. But I'm sitting here listening to this, and I'm just like, oh my god, just fucking stop. Like, oh, like, seriously, just stop. And just please, just fucking stop. And we're only a minute and a half in. And it's just like, and she just won't fucking stop. Well, like, it's like, Jesus Christ. Poor doggo. He's not enjoying all this. Yeah, see, actually, you know what? That's a good argument. I just thought of, right? Because the left doesn't really care about other humans unless they're brown, right? They don't care about other whites, at all. They don't care about inconveniencing anybody else. They only care about their one and only ideology and what they think is right. And that's protecting the poor little browns from being deported and going back to the homeland where they belong. But one thing they do really like is animals, though. Which maybe that's why they like the browns so much. But they love animals so to death. I mean, there's a lot of them that hate PETA, but PETA's a good example of a left-wing branch of the left. That likes animals so much. They're always talking about save the turtles and saving the planet and the polar bears in the Arctic and all that other shit, right? And there's a lot of vegans out there and vegetarians. Just like both the left and the right do love animals regardless, but usually one that you kind of get the left on at least kind of get their moral sensibilities going as or about animals. And so like hearing the dog in the background here, which is coming from the house that's recording this video, who is clearly disturbed and upset by all the loud honking and stuff like that. Like, she has no regard for her fellow humans in the neighborhood. Okay, fine. I get it. She's a leftist. I don't expect anything better from her anyways. But think of the animals, okay? Think of the puppies. Think of the kittens, you know? Think of the dolphins in the ocean. I don't know I don't know, like the cheetahs in Africa. Whatever her favorite animal is, whatever her spirit animal is, just think of that in that situation and how uncomfortable the animal would be. Is that worth your car honking there to make animals upset and disturbed and give them anxiety? What did the animals ever do to you? Because like she's a leftist and she's a woman and she's a white woman. That's all like a 3-in-1 punch on how to make her care about a situation. um, I don't think they actually care about animals. I think they see them as lesser class of being. And they dig the power trip. It depends. There's a reason why they have a thing for cats. Though there's also a reason why they have a thing for cats and not dogs, because dogs actually hate responsibility, and it's the one thing the women hate more than anything else. And she's still going! So we're now getting to the point where the other video starts and, you know, she gets shot. She's still in the road. Less so. So we got a little bit of improvement, but she's still in the road. Okay, now she's starting to back up a little bit, you know, okay, fine. She's finally listening a little bit. Good for her. Doesn't stop her from blocking the road the entire time. Oh, and then she starts to, okay, she slowly starts encroaching again. This is, okay, there we go. So you can see the ICE agent doing the circles around the car, like we did from the other perspective. Well, from his perspective with the camera. Oh, and then, unfortunately, the vid stops at this point before she's about to ram into him. But once again, even from this angle, you can clearly see that he is directly in front of the car. She turns the car to face him even more directly. Here. Like, let's see. He's dealing with her. Okay, so we don't see every 100%, but so he already got out of the car. He's walking around. She's engaging with her. This is around the time where she says that I'm not mad at you, bro. Goes around. That's when the wife comes in and starts harassing him and says, you know, oh, well, we don't swap plates. In that case. She's moving again to get in the way of the cars. And he goes around. Still being harassed by her. The other one gets out to tell her to get out of the car because this is going on long enough. As it is. And let's see. And now we're basically back to the end where he's right in front of the car and she repositions it to be directly at him. Like he's roughly in the middle to a little bit to like the right, more or less. So for all intents and purposes, this was a malicious intent. And when you compare all the videos together like this, you can clearly see that she is more than happy to hit him. And then actually knocks him down. And how some people let's see, is this it? Yes. And some people did splice some of these videos together too, so you can actually look at the different angles roughly at the same time.
No!
Out of the car.
Oh! No!
Out of the car.
Like, if the body cam, I'm gonna call it body cam footage, even though technically it was with a phone, but you know, close enough. Wasn't obvious enough that she purposely hit him. Lining them up together like that.
What the fuck?
Well, smiles and looks directly at him. Smile and wave, boys, as you hit your local ICE officer, apparently. And boom. I'm glad it was in slow-mo, but I have to admit, hearing the woman screeching like that for a long period of time and being dragged out was not pleasant. And that's some protester trying to enter her car? Fuck no, 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 no. That was obvious from the fucking get-go from the video. Like, that's the most retarded thing about this. As you can clearly tell who actually watched the video and who just got their news from like other people. Now, no offense to you, Cheddar. You know, obviously there's more important things happening in your life than some leftist being suicidal. I'm not being sarcastic. I mean, legitimately, like literally, there are more important things in your personal life than a leftist being suicidal. But if you just watch the original video, which is the one here on the right, it is already clear from the get-go that this was done on purpose, that she hit him, and from the get-go, she, was impeding traffic, which was shown in the original video, which this is cut, but the one that went viral. She was resisting arrest, she was refusing to get out of the car, which is why the ICE officer had to get they're so close to her in that case. And then on top of that, then she actually hit the other ICE officer directly, and he had to be hospitalized. Now he got released the next night into the day, so he's still okay, all things considered. But when he hit somebody with your car, well, problems. Well, that seems clear-cut enough. Dumbass activist malicious set. But for at least stopping the driver does not stop the car before the brakes, things, and people. Well, in this case, it actually hit them. Like, he hit, like, this is 100%, like, an intentional attempted murder in this case. Because she already hit him. She hit him first, and then he shot back. He just had some really quick trigger time. Which, when you're an ICE officer, and, well, that tends to happen. You're supposed to have good training so you can react in just milliseconds like that. And she was a threat. I mean, if there's a photo out there, which I don't have, unfortunately, on hand, but you can see one of the shots went directly through the windshield, directly at her. Like, everything about the situation was attempted murder. And when somebody's trying to murder you, you have something called self-defense laws that mean you can fight back. Which in this case, when somebody is trying to hit you with a car, well, that means a gun. So thank you, Bezus, for celebrating 8 months of being a Savvy Bubby. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I got off X of these stupid fucking idiots. They don't argue in good faith and will be happy if this happened the other way around. So instead, I just say I'm happy this happened. I wish it would happen more. Well, for legal reasons, I will say I'm glad. I'm not gonna say it would happen more, but it's very much a fuck around and find out thing. And anybody who actually watches this video and says that it was, you know, an accident, or you know, she's innocent, or more of the cases, especially this one, like, this one, okay, it's, to me, it's plain as day that it was obvious in this case. But, fine, you can maybe try to steel man and be nice, give her good benefit of the doubt, whatever the case is, possibly for it. I don't understand, but fine. But when you watch this one from the actual cell phone footage of the ICE officer, there's no arguing against it. There's no arguing. Like, it's in this case. So, uh, thank you, Anime Acumen, for the $2 reviews. Thank you, La Creatura. Yes, when you start blaring your call horns because you're a crazy leftist and you want to act like uh, a non, think of La Creatura, please, because her ears hurt. Thank you, my cock. Look at all these snow Mexicans. Like, fucking are acting like that, that's for sure. And thank you, Anime Acumen, for $2 reviews. Do you hear something? Not anymore, because that car horn was going on forever. Uh, I need to turn on my fan because it's getting steamy in here. And my doggo wants to go out. Give me a second. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, thank you, Zay, for, apparently she got, she sent me a link from Renee's good wife, which is Becca Good, who made an actual statement about this stupid situation. Let me get this pulled up here. Thank you. I can't type. You. Okay, what's this? Oh my god. Ew. Ew. Oh my god. Okay. Well, let me reorganize my tabs a little bit so I can show you guys this. Move the start. Beautiful. Okay. ABC News. Renee's good wife, Becca Good, is speaking out in a statement to NPR, saying Renee lived by an overarching belief that there is kindness in the world and we need to do everything we can to find it where it resides and nurture it where it needs to grow. I don't think that she was nurturing kindness when she was purposely trying to hit an ICE officer. Now, once again, we can maybe make the argument that she wasn't actually intending to kill him. This case, but she definitely was intending to hit him and hurt him. Okay, and honestly, it doesn't really matter if she was trying to kill him or not. When you hit somebody with your car, it's attempted murder, regardless of your intent. So, that's not exactly nurturing it. Renee leaves behind 3 extraordinary children. The youngest is just 6 years old and already lost his father. I am now left to raise our son and continue teaching him, as Renee believed, that there are people building a better world for him. That the people who did this had fear and anger in their hearts and that we need to show them a better way. Maybe I'm being too harsh right now, but I can almost guarantee that this kid will probably grow up to be like a school shooter or something like that. Because they're 6 years old, they already lost their father, they don't actually have a father figure in their life, and so that's a huge detriment to kids in general. For girls, it turns them into whores, and for boys, it usually turns into, you know, lawless crooks. In this case. And then he was raised by a lesbian couple, which we all know the lesbian couples statistics for domestic abuse is not that nice. You know, those are nice big numbers that they like to do. There. So, and then on top of that, so then he also, his mother was a raging leftist who sacrificed him, or sacrificed herself in the name for Somalians. Even though they have their own country to go to. But okay then. Also, keep in mind, chat. Keep in mind that this whole shit started because of Nick Shirley's video uncovering Somalian fraud in Minnesota. Okay? All of this started because of Somalian fraud in Minnesota Nick Shirley uncovered. So, you know, it's like the domino effect. Like Zoe Quinn fucking all those guys for her gang review back in like 2013, 2014. And then like Trump become president twice. Or actually, no, what? There's actually almost a direct line of effect between Zoe Quinn and this happening, actually, when you connect the dots. That's how many dominoes have fallen at this point. But okay, I'm tangenting again. But but yeah, so then there's like the lesbian couple. She's a crazy leftist, and then they're supposedly married because I mean they call each other wife and stuff. So I'm assuming legally they're married. But I'm not sure if she will get custody of the kid or go to the grandparents because there's an article talking about the grandparents taking custody instead. So, which I fucking hope the grandparents do take custody. Jesus Christ on a candlestick. That kid needs to be sheltered. But needless to say, like, the kid's already gone through a rough life and they're 6 years old. And in fact, the most developmentally important years of a kid's life is between birth and about 6 years old, roughly. And so if he's already gone through this much tragedy, Lord help. I'm very curious to see how the kid turns out in like the next 10 to 15 years. I pray the kid's okay. I hope they actually turn out relatively normal and they're strong and resilient and we're able to cast away all the problems. But let's be honest here, chat. The odds are not in the kid's favor. At all. So, and then, apparently on the GoFundMe, she did this whole like paragraphs of fucking shit. I almost want to go through the meme of like, I'm happy for you or I'm sorry for your loss. I ain't gonna read all that, but we had to listen to the wonderful words of lesbians after all, absolute poets. First, I want to extend my gratitude to all the people who have reached out from across the country and around the world to support our family. The kindness of strangers is the most fitting tribute because if you ever encountered my wife, Renee Nicole Macklin Good, why do you have so many names? You know that above all else, she was kind. In fact, kindness radiated out of her. Renee sparkled. She literally sparkled. I mean, she didn't wear glitter, but I swear she had sparkles coming out of her pores all the time. Oh, all the time? Sparkles coming out of her pores? All the time? Does that look like a woman that sparkles to you? Or does it look like a woman who's suicidal? You might think it was just my love talking, but her family said the same thing. Renee was made of sunshine. Renee lived by an overarching belief. There's kindness in the world and we need to do everything we can to find it where it resides and nurture it where it needs to grow. Renee was a Christian. Wait, hold on a second. Sorry, my brain froze. She was a Christian? She's a lesbian. She got married to your ass. Rumor has it she lost custody of some her older kids. Rumor. But that hasn't been verified. From what I can tell. And what I've read so far. She's a Christian? Who cares more about Somalians than her own people, her own kid? And her own dog, too? Okay. Average Protestant these days? Yeah, see, who knew that all religions teach the same essential truth? Then you're not Christian then if you think all the religions are the same. We are here to love each other, care for each other, and keep each other safe and whole. Islam would like to speak with you, by the way. Actually, no, Islam would like to throw you off a building, actually. Like people have done across place and time, we moved to make a better life for ourselves. We chose Minnesota to make our home. Our whole extended road trip here, we held hands in the car while our sun drew all over the windows to pass the time in miles. What we found when we got here was a vibrant and welcoming community. We made friends and spread joy. And while any place we were together was home, there was a strong shared sense here in Minneapolis that we were looking out for each other. Here, I had finally found peace and safe harbor that has been taken from me forever. You could have had that if you just didn't actually go to a protest and purposely block the streets and tell your wife, drive, baby, drive. Like, you are responsible for her death, 100%. This bitch straight up told her wife, drive, baby, drive. as she ran into an ICE officer on purpose, smiling, looking directly at him. Yeah, there's blood on this bitch's hands. What we found when we got here was a vibrant, blah, 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 okay. We were raising our son to believe that no matter where you come from or what you look like, all of us deserve compassion and kindness. Okay, already raising the song wrong. Renee lived this belief every day. Did the ICE officer deserve the compassion and kindness of being hit by a car? If this is their version of compassion and kindness of being literally hit by a car, I hate to see their cruelty and hatred. Jesus. Man. Renee lived this belief every day. She is pure love. She is pure joy. She is pure sunshine. Hit somebody with a car. Okay. Sorry, I want to keep on pointing out this irony, because, like, this is unbelievable. On Wednesday, January 7th, we stopped to support our neighbors. We had whistles, they had guns. She had a car! And she hit him with it! There's a huge difference between whistling and shouting and being obnoxious and being like, oh, fuck ICE. You know, ICE are fascists, they're Nazis, blah, 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 blah. You're just retarded. But at least you're just annoyingly retarded, right? She was literally blocking the road for minutes on end and impeding ICE an investigation and impeding the road, which blocking the road is already some sort of, like, a misdemeanor. Or might be more than misdemeanor, but I already know it's illegal to block the fucking road just by default, much less block ICE. She resisted arrest and then she hit him with a car! Renee leaves behind 3 extraordinary children! Oh, does she now? I wonder how fucked up they are. The youngest is just 6 years old and already lost his father. I am now left to raise our son and continue teaching him. I so hope you lose custody. That's not your son. In fact, I do wonder if it's actually a son, for long. They'll probably be transing him before we even know it. As Renee believed that there are people building a better world for him. That the people who did this had fear and anger in their hearts, and we need to show them a better way. Oh my god. We thank you for the privacy you are granting our family as we grieve. Yeah, no. Name and shame this bitch. She should be arrested. She's accomplice to murder. She's 100% accomplice to murder. Everything that she did in this video is accomplice to fucking murder. She is harassing ICE. Recording them's not illegal or anything like that. And then she literally tells her wife to drive, baby, drive, as she's directly facing the ICE officer and smiling. Like, and she's looking at it and petting the dog. I'm assuming petting the dog or at least yelling into the window here. Like, she's 100% an accomplice. And she was the whole entire time, she was having the whistling and yelling and just, they were 100% involved with this. No, you should not get peace in your life. You should not be left alone to grieve. You are a horrible piece of fucking shit and you should be behind bars. We thank you for ensuring that Renee's legacy is one of kindness and love. We honor her memory by living her values, rejecting hate and choosing compassion. Turning away from fear and pursuing peace, refusing division and knowing we must come together to build a world where we all come from a home, all come homes to a safe to the people we love. Then maybe don't be in traffic! Like, maybe don't try to run over an ICE officer! Holy fuck! If you want to come home safe to people you love, maybe don't purposely go out of your way to stop an investigation of Somalians who have their own country. They're called Somalians for a reason. They come from someplace called, I don't know, Somalia and Somaliland. You know, somewhere over in Africa with the other brownoids, okay? Like, they have their own fucking country that they can return to. Meanwhile, you are, unfortunately, an American. You only have one country for yourself, aka America. Unfortunately, you do belong here. And bars. Like, they're committing billions of dollars in fraud. And Nick Shirley's uncovering even more and more by the day with this, and they're doing it all over the United States, and they're also doing it in Britain as well. Like, they don't fucking belong here. They 100% should be removed. And you'd rather have your wife sacrifice her fucking life so a bunch of foreign invaders could loot and pillage and rape And therefore now and left her son to be left alone after their father already died. You are a piece of shit. You are scum of the earth, and being behind bars is the gentle excuse for you. Holy fucking shit. Ugh. I can't. I fucking can't. I fucking can't, man. Oh my god. I just... Thank you, Zay, once again for sending this to me. And I'm fucking livid right now. I'm absolutely livid. Like, I was planning on just, like, sitting here and laughing at her for being an idiot. But having read the audacity of this fucking woman and what she did in her life, and it's just like, how you don't, how do you breathe? Like, you shouldn't be breathing. Like, holy fuck. Ugh. Okay, I'm trying to calm down here. Thank you, Anime Acumen for the $2 dues. Thank you, thank you. Islam, the religion of grape. Listen, grape is good when it's white. But when it's a Muslim, not so much. Especially when it's... Oh, Muslim in general. I was gonna say Pakistani, but the Somalians do the same thing. They all do the same thing. Ugh. And thank you, C. James J88 for the 100 warp tokens. Thank you for those over on Kick. I greatly appreciate it. Kick is the better streaming platform after all. So, speaking of streaming platforms and shit, I realized that we hit the goal on YouTube, so the P.E.P.E hoodie does get to come out. I have to admit, after that rant I had, and since we just started stream, I feel like the P.E.P.E hoodie is maybe not exactly the the right fitting outfit to wear, but you know what? Hey, listen, everybody loves P.E.P.E. Shadilay, my brothers, we will free Kekistan. But first, we must free Minneapolis from whatever left-wing hell it's going through right now. Ugh. Fucking hell. Okay. And Arch pointed out something absolutely amazing too. Oh, well, I guess I mentioned this earlier, but it's just like, so you have the video here. Makes it fairly clearly that she purposely ran over the ICE officer, drive baby drive, the whole 9 yards, right? And the right's like, holy smokes, body cam footage completely clears the ICE officer in Minneapolis. Renee Good didn't even wait for her lover to enter the vehicle. She was not trying to flee, she was just trying to run over ICE agents. Case closed. And then we have Ed Krasenstein. Every single time here be like, wow, not only does his latest footage confirm that Renee Good had no animosity toward ICE agent Jonathan Ross, and that she was steering her car away from him as he was filming with his phone. It also confirms that Ross shot Good in the face with one hand while filming her with a smartphone in the other hand. And no, he wasn't hit by the vehicle. The sound you hear is his gun shooting. Like, how? This is literally the same fucking video. This same fucking video here, showing the exact same thing, and yet completely different takeaways and stories. Now, in the case of Stein here, obviously he's got an objective to lie and obfuscate and completely twist the narrative. So really, I don't take anything that he says with a grain of salt. But the fact that he's one of the biggest lefties on Twitter, who often does this and tries to control the narrative for his side of the aisle to think this way. There are legitimate leftists who see this obvious video evidence, the same fucking video, seeing the exact same thing happening here, where he literally gets hit by the car and goes away with, oh, well, she was clearly trying to drive away with him. Okay. Like, we don't live in the same reality. We've known that we don't live in the same reality for a long time now. Like, George Floyd and Kyle Rittenhouse were great examples of that, you know, 5 years ago during the Summer of Love. And there was, like, other examples of it, you know, further in the past, too. But those were really the lines really start dividing, was, like, that time period in 2020. COVID's another good example, too. all during 2020. But like in this case, it's just so blatantly obvious. So blatantly obvious. At least with George Floyd, like they're just trying to hide the whole the footage there. You know, they're trying to obfuscate. Nobody's gonna watch the trials. Nobody's gonna listen to the report when he had like, you know, how much fentanyl in the system, like 3 or 5 times more fentanyl in the system than he should. You know, all this other different stuff, right? They're just going with the mainstream narrative. Same with COVID. Put the mask on. Don't put the mask on. Take the shot. Take the booster. You know, vaccinate your entire family. Ignore the heart problems. You're totally fine, bro. All this shit. Kyle Rittenhouse is a crazy murderer extremist. Like, at least in those cases, it's very sign that mainstream media still had control. But this is the exact blatant video evidence that everyone gets to see in this case. And they're still trying to do this whole, well, she's pure and innocent here. There is no compromise. Yes, there is actually zero compromise here. Like, you cannot negotiate with these people. I don't want to call them terrorists, so in this case, she is actually a domestic terrorist. But, like, this is why I don't like debate, right? I haven't liked debate for a very long time anymore. I used to enjoy the Google Hangout debates from back in the day with Sargon and crew. You know, all these different topics during the Gamergate days with, like, Anita Sarkeesian and the video responses going back and forth and stuff. But it's been a long time now that I've just completely given up on debate, especially when it comes to a leftist, because their whole point is just pushing their narrative. They refuse to see reality because all that matters to them is the ends justify the means. They have to reach their communist utopia, or that be the gay race communism utopia, the feminist utopia, all of the above, the intersectional utopia, whatever the case is. They have to win. They literally don't care. Like Vosh himself said, the horsefucker himself, you know, I will do whatever it takes so my side wins, right? And so they don't actually care about this. At all. And so there's no point in debating with them. Because they don't care. The guy trying to debate them got shot in the neck. There's no compromise, no debate. Yes, exactly. And though, honestly, this debates them dead even before Charlie Kirk was assassinated, but still. Thank you, I Am Insanity, for becoming a Diddy Blood. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for joining the Diddy Bloods. And you can use emotes now. Debates is a measure of social skills and your ability to switch stories that fit your narrative. I mean, at this point in time, yeah, I would agree with that. It's debates mostly for the people listening and not actually trying to convince your opponent and compromise. It's mostly for whoever's listening to decide who is right. And even if somebody makes better arguments, overall, they can still lose simply because they can't either formulate them correctly or they're just ugly if it's a visual debate. That's exactly what happened with Nixon and Kennedy back in the day. If you listened to him on the radio, everybody thought Nixon won the debates. But if you watched him on TV, you thought Kennedy won because Kennedy looked a lot better than Nixon did. Because Nixon was recovering from being severely sick and looked like he was dying. With it. Like, debates always basically been just for the listener. To get entertainment and trying to figure out which side's won. Not actually try to reach a compromise and change the other person's mind. But speaking of which, ever since this video came out of her, you know, clearly hitting the ICE officer, those donations for GoFundMe have been paused. At least as of yesterday. Which, at the time of the screenshot, which is about like 6:30 p.m. yesterday EST, she already raised $1 million, $500,000. Which apparently they were trying to raise, like... I can't believe people actually donated to this. But I guess the whole narrative of this poor helpless mother being assassinated by these Nazis really got people's gears going, I guess, to donate to them. But they're paused now that it's very obvious that, well, she's a murderer. Well, attempted murderer, I should say. Which that's still a million and a half dollars right there. But I'm at least glad donations are paused for now. Because well, once again, the more videos that come out, the more it's obvious that it's all just a lie. I mean, hell, this video here came out yesterday. But this one here with her sitting in or the car being in the middle of the road for 3 fucking minutes came out today. Who knows what video will come out tomorrow that just buries her another 12 feet deep. Like the first video already put her 6 feet under. The next video put her for another 6 feet under. This one is just making another 6 feet under. Like how deep is her body gonna be buried at this rate with how much evidence pointing against her? Like, Jesus Christ. Oh. Fucking hell. And the thing is, if you already didn't think she was a shitty person already, despite, you know, blocking the road, impeding an ICE investigation, resisting arrest, trying to run over an ICE officer, you know, all the other fun things. Well, they did some digging into her, and she has some interesting past. For example, Annie No found the Venmo of the woman, where apparently her mother was paying her bills. Her image features the Black Lives Matter logo, and in 2020, she paid someone for terrorism. Black Lives Matter, she says, with a picture of her white face and her white child. Now, I don't know about you, but see how bloodthirsty black BLM is. Well, I wouldn't exactly be posting a picture of my child that's white with Black Lives Matter on it, because no matter how much you virtue single, well, they really don't care, and you're still white at the end of the day. They still think you should die and you should be looted and pillaged. So, but, you know, I'm once again not dying for people that hate me. Unlike her. We got the electric bill, the rent, help with a house, pizza, and coffee, so I'm assuming just, like, general support. There. And then all the way back in 2020, he paid this Nick, Del Lorenzo for terrorism. Now, during 2020, and this is October 6th, we had a nice thing called Summer of Love and Black Lives Matter burning down cities, and with the profile pic being Black Lives Matter, definitely looks a little bit similar in this case. Now, I'm not gonna say, like, it could be a joke, right? It could be a joke that she labeled it as terrorism. I mean, you can't be, you know, that dumb to label your actual terrorism as terrorism, right? 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 But then again, she also thought it was smart to, you know, ram her car into an ICE officer. So, obviously the IQ is not very high in this case. And she's a woman. So, I'm just, I don't know, I'm like 50-50 on whether or not this is actually concerning. But the Di Lorenzo is being a, you know, a non-American name, non-white name, you know, probably Mexican. Yeah, I know the Spaniards exist. I don't care about the Spaniards, they're in Europe, okay? We're talking, it's America. Mexicans exist here, not Spaniards. And during 2020, she's a massive leftist. Part of me is like, there might be actually something fishy going on here. So, and apparently her wife participated in the Minnesota Ice Watch movement. A few days before this incident, the Minnesota Ice Watch held virtual seminars on how to disrupt ICE operations. Since Becca Good can be heard on the video taking responsibility for what happened after the shooting, it's safe to assume she directed Renee Good to impede traffic and instigate the confrontation so Becca Good could record and post on social media. Minnesota Ice Watch, way too many followers over here on Instagram. And Becca Good here with the lesbian couple, and that's very clearly, even in this small profile pic, that's very clearly the woman in the car. Actually, let me earlier in the video. There's a more better close up with her face here. So they are actively trying to disrupt ice. If that wasn't already clear enough from the videos, this is all premeditated. Ice Watch welcome January 5th, 6, 7:30 p.m. on Zoom. Let's see, and what's this thing? Oh, look, it was on Wednesday the 7th. I thought she got blasted. Wow. Wow, so literally the 2 days before this happened. Minneapolis and the Twin Cities had begun to experience another massive surge in abductions and disappearances. I love how they call ICE, other than Nazis and fascists. I like how them, arresting criminals. Abductions and disappearances. Like, these are upstanding citizens, are just getting lost to the evil fascist regime. And not, the Somalian rape gangs and fraudsters that are purposely stealing your tax dollars to enrich themselves. But okay. New to Ice Watch and want to get involved? Join this call to learn and get oriented by others who have been learning on the ground for over the last 5 weeks. Last 5 weeks they've been planning this shit. They have been prepared and ready to go to stop ice from coming in for a while. There's obviously some sort of whistleblower. They're obviously getting some sort of information from somewhere to be able to predict and know where ice is at all these times to help, impede them as much as possible. They're clearly funded. They clearly have some sort of insider knowledge. Like, I'm super glad that ICE is going in there and tearing the Somalians apart. But they also need to go and figure out who the fuck is giving them the connections here so they can organize these Ice Watch programs. Because this is absolutely insane. This is absolutely fucking insane here. That they can just organize this shit in time. Already ice watching and open to sharing your learnings? Share your lessons from your time on the streets with those wanting to get involved. Oh, she's for the streets! I had to blow my nose. Give me a second. There we go. Wait, hold on a second. Before we get into that. Aha. And then there's also this. Want some more information about the whole Ice Watch. Here. Where they just, once again, post on their Instagram these different stories and stuff like that. Understanding there will be legal risk. Direct action. What to do when you're about to witness a kidnapping in public. Once again, kidnapping. It's not like Maduro over here, where we hop in the middle of the night at 3 a.m. and black bag him and take him back to the United States, okay? Well, we're talking about, like, actually illegals and foreigners that shouldn't be here because they're actively committing crimes, even the legal ones, by committing fraud and rape and a whole bunch of other fucking horrible, nasty shit, okay? It's not kidnapping if if they don't belong here. Once again, I have to ask, why does everybody else in the whole entire world, or the third world, be able to have their own countries, but as soon as white, Western nations try to, police their countries and clean it up and try to have a nation of their own, oh, that's racist, oh, it's kidnapping, oh, you're kidnapping those Somalians that steal billions of fraud with their fake daycare centers, their Medicaid fraud, and their voting fraud here. Call community and ask. Oh my god, they can't even spell ask right. They typoed ask. AKS. For help. Break the bystander effect. Let the victim in your car. I'm not gonna let some spick in my fucking car. Chances are they're gonna put a gun in my head. Ask questions and waste time calmly. So be a woman. Ask nearby a business to let them in a lockable room office. Once again, I'm not gonna let a spick in my business. They're probably gonna steal shit. Especially if it's a lockable room. There's a reason why those rooms are lockable. There's probably actual like business-related stuff in there that it's valuable. Fuck no. Block the kidnappers' cars with multiple cars. Wow, wait, hold on a second. That sounds familiar. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Block the kidnappers' cars with multiple cars. Huh. 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 That seems strangely familiar, doesn't it here, chat? Doesn't it? Interesting. Call surrounding businesses and alert street vendors. Don't ask victims' names or ask them, is that a typo? For an emergency number or name of a family member. Ask white witnesses to put their bodies in front of the person that's being kidnapped. I like how they highlight the word white. Only white people can be the shield. They can be the literal white knights for the brown noids that don't belong here in America and need to be deported. Because they firmly believe that white people get special privileges with cops. Because black people don't do nothing. You know, all these poor brown noids are underprivileged, social economic factors. These evil ice Nazis are just racist. At the end of the day, right? These poor brown noids are just completely harmless, innocent family men, as they rape and beat and sell drugs and sex traffic and all these other wonderful things that they do to help promote the community. Well, I think, once again, she learned the hard way that, you know, well, it doesn't matter if you're white, if you are impeding an ICE officer, or if resisting arrest and then hit them with your car, well, your white body is not that much of an actual shield. They keep calling them kidnappers. I don't think I don't think it means what they think it means. No, it's just part of their propaganda. It's just 100% this part of their propaganda here. To try to fearmonger into people thinking that they're actually literally going into the middle of the night and just stealing people and making them permanently disappear for the rest of their lives and killing them. And in reality, well, I hope they're going in the middle of the night, and I hope they're making them disappear, but disappearing into their own country where they fucking belong to, because they don't belong here in America. America's for Americans. White, European descendants. That's what America is for. It was founded by the British, and then eventually the Germans came along here. It is European descent. If they're Somalian, they go back to Somalia. It's in the name. If they're Mexican, they go back to Mexico. It's in the name. If they're Chinese, they go back to China. It's literally in their fucking name here. And hell, even if they're Russian, they're still gonna get sent back to Russia. Or Canadian, they go back to Canada. I literally don't fucking care, right? Like, just get it out of here. You don't belong here. It's like kidnapping. They were sent back home. And you can guarantee these people, even though they want to put these, you know, these poor innocent victims into their cars when they're about to be kidnapped, they're not gonna actually house them. That's why they're trying to call a nearby business instead. They're not actually gonna house the illegal immigrant at all, or the Somalian fraudster. They're not gonna do that. They might go as far as put them in their car, but they're actually not gonna bring them home. It's like the same people who advocate for open borders, meaning like, yeah, we should let everybody in, everyone from the third world, we're all equal after all, they're just as good as you and I, in fact, even better because they're brown and they're innocent and blah, 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 blah. But I would never actually put them in my house, though. I would never actually house them myself. We should just build more housing. And I totally don't understand supply and demand. And so therefore, I don't understand why housing costs go up so much when you have more people that need more houses. Because I'm not going to put them in my house. No human is illegal. Yeah. I've seen people posting, will they care now it's a white woman? No, you're still a criminal. Yeah, I don't care. She fucked around, she find out. There are some people that are like on the white national side of thing, being like, well, she shouldn't have died, she's a white person, we gotta protect our fellow whites, blah 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 blah. And like generally I'm of that belief. Except for when you're actively being a race trader and you're defending Somalian fraudsters that are taking billions of my tax dollars, and you're stopping the good guys who are actively trying to get rid of the Somalian fraudsters. And then you try to then you try to kill a man in cold blood like that. Also, you're a lesbian. Like, the list goes on and on with all the different problems with her. She's a lost fucking cause. I really don't care. She tried to kill somebody. She gets shot. Self-defense. Here to get the redacted too, yes. We have death penalty for treason after all, for politicians with Tim Walz needs. So, this is no different in my eyes. And if you don't think that was just good enough, for ya, here. They have a whole fucking training manual. Oh, it's taking forever to load. Thank you. They have this whole de-arrest primer with tips on freeing people from law enforcement custody. One action recommended surrounding law enforcement vehicles so they cannot move. The primer assures people that the static carries the lowest level of risk. It explains that these tactics are well worth the risk, and as protest arrests are usually catch and release. Like, I don't think that was a low level risk. Honestly, the thing is, she probably would have been okay. Like, that's the sad thing is, because she is a woman, right? Well, these officers don't really fuck around that much, and they do make sure that people find out. Because she is a woman, the chances are she probably would have been okay if she would have been dragged out of the car, right? The car door might have been broken, or whatever the case is. But she would have been dragged out of the car. She might be some bruises, some scrapes. She'd be thrown in jail. But she probably would have been relatively okay and released within a few days on bond or whatever the case is. And especially with her butch lesbian wife, with too much money and time on their hands, being clearly paid by some other people here as they're getting involved with their local community. But no, she decided to, you know, hit him with her car! I know I keep on emphasizing that. But Jesus fucking Christ on a candlestick, she hit him with her car! Like, there's no excuse for that. That's attempted murder. Oh. So much for being the lowest level of risk of all the tactics. You know, totally surrounding the officers and blocking them and or their vehicle. Oh. The wife told her to drive, shake my head. Yes, they're both culpable. The wife has blood on her hands. She should be arrested. I have not heard that she's been arrested, so maybe I'm wrong here. But to me, so since I haven't heard about it, and I've, you know, been paying attention to the story for the past few days, it's just insane to me that she's still just left there to just be free and wander around and flock in the fields, apparently, with the 6-year-old son that she'll probably trans eventually. Like, why isn't she arrested yet? Also, well, not to mention this group, right? That this group is actively promoting impeding ICE investigations. It's a federal investigation. Against ICE police and all colonial militarized regimes here. There's an active group with organizers and 32.7k followers as of yesterday at 8:55 a.m., okay? Like, there's an active group that FBI can go after here and arrest every single one of them because they're all committing crimes, right? It's not just them. Like, these are these two dykes here are the main focus just because, you know, the one's dead and the other one is culpable for the murder. But there's other people protesting with them. There's other people taking care of this ICE watch here. They're all part of some sort of Antifa terrorist cell. And we know there's Antifa terrorist cells. Trump already labeled them as a domestic terrorist organization. This is domestic terrorism. They're all connected. They're all working in all the different states together. Like, you can just go after them? Like, well, there are laws on the books. There are different things you can do. Like, get Zuckerberg's ass and subpoena him, or whatever the case is needed to figure out who's organizing this account. Now, do I like the government? Actually, not really. I'm not a big fan of the government. I'll be completely honest here. But you know what I'm a fan of? Getting rid of brownoids from my country. And when people are trying to actively impede that, especially when these brownoids are stealing billions of my tax dollars, raping, sex trafficking, drug trafficking, and everything else in between under the sun that's absolutely just rainbows and butterflies, that are completely helping society here. Yeah, I want these people gone. Like, put them behind bars. I don't care. Do something. Oh. Like, Jesus Christ. Oh, at least she admits it's her fault, so she's already admitted guilt here. Renee Nicole's good, sobbing wife who claimed Minneapolis ice shooting was my fault revealed. The widow of Renee Nicole Good, who was filming sobbing, "It's my fault," after her partner was killed by an ice agent in Minneapolis, as a handy woman who recently moved the family to the city, the Post can reveal. It's so funny. So many people were suspecting that she was the butch lesbian, that she was the man of the relationship based off how she was acting and everything that was going down here. And the more that comes out about this bitch, the more it's so obvious that she is the main dyke. It's like, oh my god, she's probably the abusive one. Because once again, those statistics are not in their favor. Also, just look at this fucking photo of them. I don't like to disparage people based off their looks because, you know, if God hates you, gods hate you, and there's nothing you can really do about it, right? But everything that they look like in this photo is completely under their control. Like, you didn't have to shave your head. You didn't have to have the super short hair. You don't have to have the nose ring here. You don't have to have zero fucking makeup. Right? Like, you don't have to do any of this stuff. You can make yourself look better. Like, just by growing out your hair. Because I'm an advocate for women not to wear makeup in general, because in my opinion, makeup is a lie and false advertisement. But I understand in certain cases it is something nice to do and does make you look prettier. I mean, it makes me look prettier. That's for fucking sure, right? But still, there are different things you can do to make yourself more attractive, and instead they purposely make themselves look ugly as possible, and so she literally looks like a demon. She literally looks like a fucking demon, and it's just like, oh my god. Like, how many, like, we're not even playing bingo anymore. The bingo card is completely full at this point. We are stamping out different sections of all the different stereotypes all at once here. My god. Rebecca Good, 40, was outside the car when Renee drove toward an ICE officer who opened fire on Wednesday, shooting the bomb of 3 in the head and killing her. Rebecca Good and her wife previously lived in Kansas City, Missouri, where they lived in the Wallow neighborhood for about 2 years. Once again, ugly as fuck. You're doing this on purpose. But then, they're ugly as fuck in this picture, but then if you go back further, from this case, maybe when she was married, or not long after she was married, somewhere in this time period, right? All of a sudden, she looks a million times better. She actually has hair, a little bit of makeup. Yeah, she's overweight, and she's clearly getting older, but, you know, not so bad. Not a million times better than this fucking monstrosity. Like, why would you do that to yourself? Why do you hate yourself? And there's no way in hell the butch lesbian actually finds this attractive, right? Because the thing is with lesbians, right? There's always a manly one, and there's always the less, you know, the more feminine one. But still a little bit more manly because she's a lesbian at the end of the day, right? But they're still attracted to the femininity that comes with being a woman. And instead, she just makes herself look like a demon like this. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. I think everyone can recognize that she looks better in this photo here. It's because of men? Is when she was appealing to men, lol? Yeah, well, I guess when you're in an abusive or lesbian relationship, You know, all they really care about is actually having somebody to abuse and not actually how they look at the end of the day. If you demoralize them and make them feel ugly and make them look ugly and basically lessen their chances of escape by doing so. So that's more than likely what's probably happened. But they decided to leave the country after President Trump was re-elected in 2024 and moved to Canada for several months before settling in Minneapolis, a Fort Missouri neighbor told KMBC. I like how they moved to Canada for several months. Out of curiosity, why did you come back to the United States? I mean, I'm all for like Americans being American, right? And Canada for Canada, right? I'm down for that. I'm down for that, right? But at the same time, I kind of don't want you here either, I'll be honest. So why did you just stay there for several months? Was it too expensive by chance? Was it too expensive with how high their fucking taxes are there for all their social assistance programs like MAID, for example? Well, what made you run away from Canada of all places? You know, because every leftist talks about how whenever Trump wins, they're gonna move to Canada. Because the orange man bad, right? Well, they actually fulfilled the leftist dream of moving to Canada because orange man bad, and yet they still came back, and it's just like, was the grass not green as you thought, huh? Grass wasn't as green as you thought. So they got as close as possible, Minneapolis. Canada actually has immigration standards. I was gonna say yes, but no. I guess it depends on legal or illegal, because obviously legal, they really don't care, seeing how many Indians have been just bombing that country. Like, seriously, a nuke is better for your country than Indians are. Let's look at Japan. They were paid to by Antifa, probably. Very likely, based off the different connections that people have been able to find about them. So... a neighbor who, you know, is not a terrorist, not an extremist. That was just a mom who loved her kids. If she loved her kids, then she wouldn't have sacrificed herself at a protest for Somalians. Love her spouse, another neighbor, Joan Rose, told the outlet. Well, like, that's the thing, right? I really want kids. I don't have kids of my own yet, but I do really want kids of my own eventually, right? Here. And I can't imagine wasting my time to go to a protest for foreign invaders that hate my guts and want me to die, over staying home with my kids and raising them so they can protect themselves from foreign invaders that want them to die. Like, that's not somebody who loves your kids. That's somebody who loves virtue signaling and appeasing your abusive wife more than your actual own kids here. Like, Jesus. The Goods are raising Renee's 6-year-old son together. The Department of Homeland Security accused 37-year-old Renee of being a domestic terrorist who weaponized her car to kill ICE officer. Oh, well, she quite literally did. Oh, there's the doggo. Okay, the doggo's okay. Footage of the incident captured her SUV idling across a residential street where ICE agents were conducting an immigration operation when an officer approached her door and ordered her out. She reversed briefly and then began the drive while turning to her right, prompting an agent who had moved in the front of the car to jump out of the way and fire 3 shots at the windshield, and then the window as it passed, killing her. Well, that's not exactly what happened in New York Post. It's very obvious if you watch the videos that she actually just drove straight into him. So, yeah, and then he fired in response in self-defense because he was just hit by the car! I will not shut up about that, okay? I will not shut up. I will repeatedly scream into the microphone and make your ears bleed every single time. And I don't care how right-wing the New York Post is, right? I don't really care what the perspective is. As somebody tries to go with a narrative that she was just trying to avoid him, or whatever the case is, other than the fact that he was hit by the car, I will still scream into the microphone that she literally hit him with the fucking car! Because that's what happened. Holy fuck. All the while, Rebecca had been outside the car and apparently confronting the ICE agents. She didn't seem to realize her wife had been hurt until their SUV accelerated away and slammed into a car down the block. Slammed into a couple cars, technically. Rebecca was then seen distraught and apparently crying that she'd been one who asked her wife to go out and protest the ICE operations. Yes, the abusive lesbian once again. I made her come down here. It's my fault, Rebecca said, her face covered in blood after having attempted to help Renee. They just shot my wife. Well, maybe you shouldn't have convinced your wife then to go to an ICE protest and then tell her to drive, baby, drive into the ICE officer. They shot her in the head. I have a 6-year-old in school, Rebecca said. Well, me. Ah! The couple was allegedly a part of the group that had been stalking and impeding ICE officers throughout the day, Department of Homeland Secretary Christine Nome said. But Renee's mother insisted that didn't sound like her daughter at all, telling the Star Tribune that she was never part of anything like that at all. Renee was one of the kindest people I've ever known, said her mother, Donna Ganger. She was extremely compassionate. She's taken care of people all her life. She was loving, forgiving, and affectionate. She was an amazing human being. I like how she says that she's taken care of people all her life. Meanwhile, her mom was paying her bills as of at least 2024. So maybe she got her shit together, but still. Okay then. Also, I don't think the kindest people run into ICE officers. But I mean, minus all the contradictory information with this, I hate this whole like they didn't do nothing argument. Like usually it's reserved for blacks. Because they're like, oh, they were a community leader and they totally wouldn't attack a police officer, and then the body cam footage comes out and they very much attacked the police officer. It's the same story, song and dance every single time whenever a black person dies, very clearly for obvious reasons. In this case. And they're doing the exact same thing with her. Like, obviously you did not know her very well. If you didn't know that she was participating in Ice Watch. Like, she's a lesbian. Lesbian relationships are heavily abusive. Like, and she was the submissive one in the relationship too. So chances are she didn't share everything with her mother. Because either her mother was going to disagree, or she wasn't allowed to because of how the relationship dynamic works. Like, your daughter is 37 years old. She has her own life. Apparently 3 other kids. 2 of them she reportedly has lost custody of. Which, if that is true, by the way, I don't know if that's true. I tried, like, looking into it a little bit, trying to see if there's any, like, information other than Twitter posts talking about it. Because I've been seeing all this, like, different information about how, like, the dad has custody. Well, the dad's dead, so the dad doesn't have custody of the kids. Because the dad's confirmed dead at this point. So that's not true. And then I've been seeing reports about how, the butch lesbian, like, also put out her cigarettes on the kids, and that's why they lost custody of them. Well, there's been so far no verifying information about that other than rumors on Twitter in this case. So I don't know if that's actually true either. And whatever. But if it is true that she did lose the first 2 kids, because it does say that she did have 3 kids. And they are raising the 6-year-old. Which means the other 2 kids are out of the picture. There's no ages for these other 2 kids. And the grandparents are looking into having custody of the 6-year-old. Then, depending on the ages of the older 2 kids, it's very likely that they did lose custody. And for those Euro bros and outside of America, for the mom to lose custody of the child, much less both children, is ridiculously fucking hard. It is ridiculously fucking hard to make the mom lose custody for the kid. Because they're coming from the traditional aspect of the fact, even though we're not in traditional society anymore, that the mother knows best for the child. And generally that is the case, actually, if you go by traditional generals. However, we are in the year of our Lord 2026 now, and that's not how society works anymore. And women are fucking evil. And so the fact that she actually lost custody of her kids is a massive fucking blow. Like, how bad do you have to be of a person to do so? Like, I know with my mom, it took fucking years before she lost actual custody of me. It was already a battle for my parents to get 50-50 custody, for me. Which thankfully prevailed. Thankfully fucking prevailed. Oh my god, if my mom got custody of me, I would probably not be here, chat, I'll be completely honest. Well, my parents were able to get 50-50 custody. Actually, my dad got majority custody of me, technically. But it took a very long time for my mom to lose complete custody for me. And that was a huge fucking battle as it is. So, I don't know how long the battle was to lose custody for the first two kids, but the fact that she actually did is already bad enough. So, I basically have to catch her in the act of abusing the kids, yes. Or, in like my mom's case, her own sister had to testify against her, as well as my siblings had to testify against her, and that's how my dad got the majority custody of me. And she still was able to get me on weekends and every other Wednesday. So, like, that's how bad it had to be. For it. So, her own mother clearly did not know her very well. Oh, and speaking of which, all these different details of the family life. She was previously married to a comedian who died in 2023, and the couple had a son, a 6-year-old together. The child has now been left an orphan after Renee's death on Wednesday. There's nobody else in his life, the boy's grandfather, Timmy Ray McLean Sr., told the Tribune. I'll drive, I'll fly, to come and get my grandchild. Good. Get him away from the fucking butch lesbian. So... hey, Amal, your kick says it's Deadly Premonition? Oh, shit, that's bad. I will change that then. Give me a second here. Give me a second, I'll change the category here. It's definitely not Deadly Premonition. I'm done with that game. Or, it just won't let me change the category. That's cool. That's cool. Give me a second. How about we refresh and try it again? No category found. Okay, suck my dick. Mods! Mods, can you change the category on Kick for me, please? It's not letting me on my end. I don't know why. But I always have tech issues, so therefore that's why. That'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you. My mom disappeared into another state with me and my sis without telling my dad. A man would be arrested ASAP if he did that, lol. Oh, 100%. You hear those stories all the fucking time. In fact, there was a story a long time ago during like the heyday of the traininess back in like 2020 and 2022, somewhere in that range, where a dad in Texas was fighting against his son becoming trans, and they divorced over it. The mom still got custody rights, and then she ran to California to trans the kid, and she won the battle in the end because California ruled that it was for the health of the kid. Meanwhile, the kid was like 6 years old or some shit like that, which is absolutely insane. And Texas did absolutely jack shit to help him. Even all the talk about don't mess with Texas is just absolute. It's just a paper tiger. No, literally, Texas is just a hot fucking mess in its own right. And yes, so still to this day, he's still trying to fight for his kid. But I think she also got like a restraining order on him too. Like, she did some awful, absolutely fucking terrible stuff to try to ruin his life as much as possible, all because he refused to trans their son. So, but women just get away with everything. Because they're women. And speaking of women getting away with everything, this vagina holder here needs to go on a quick pee break. So she will see you in 2 minutes, and then she will be right back. I'm back. So this article, also by the New York Post, pretty much goes over the whole Ice Watch and warrior who trained to resist feds before shooting thing that we already went through a little bit ago. But I wanted to show you guys this because the New York Post is generally a more right-leaning outlet. I like to use them a lot because they often cover stories that the majority of mainstream media doesn't actually cover. And they are from the right-leaning perspective, which obviously confirms my bias, but it's been proven time and time again that things like the BBC, New York Times, ABC, CNN, all the other stuff have just lied. And so the New York Post is generally the most accurate when it comes to reporting on things. And it's not 100% foolproof either, but still generally better on different stuff. And they're the only ones reporting on the fact that she's an Ice Watch warrior who trained to resist feds before shooting. Like, I found this article just by scrolling through Twitter, but if you try to, like, look up anything about Renee Good, you're not gonna find this immediately. You're gonna have to scroll quite a bit to find this. Like, for example, instead, you'll get this from NPR, opinion, remembering Renee Good, which was posted today. Now, NPR is supposed to be the neutral, the centrist, the state-funded, wonderful newspaper and podcast to give you the unbiased opinion. I remember when I was in debate, as I was in the debate club for a little bit in high school, I remember the debate team leader talking about how he really likes NPR because they are trying to be as unbiased as possible and usually come from a more centrist and neutral take. In this case. And I remember even back then being like, I don't really think so, buddy. I've seen some of the shit that they've said. But I didn't really argue too much against him at that time because I'm pretty non-confrontational, to be honest. But if it's not so much more blatantly obvious like now with the whole remembering Renee Good here. Now, granted, it's an opinion piece. But still, NPR, that this is where these enlightened centrists like to listen to. Before Renee Good became the center of a tragic news story, she was a writer. She won an Academy of American Poets Prize in 2020 for her poem on learning to dissect fetal pigs. The poem was wry and funny as she tries to reconcile science and faith and wonders. Can I let them both be? To read it now, you might hear the person remembered tenderly this week as a loving mother and supportive partner, as politicians and online commentators scrutinize the shaky cell phone footage of her final moments. On learning to dissect fetal pigs. I want back my rocking chairs, solipsist sunsets, and coastal jungle sounds that are tercets from cicadas, and pentameter from the hairy legs of cockroaches. I donated Bibles to thrift stores, mashed them in plastic trash bags with ascetic Himalayan salt lamp. The post-baptism Bibles, the ones plucked from street corners from the meaty hands of zealots, the dumbed down, easy to read, parasitic kind. Wasn't she supposed to be a Christian? Anyways. Remember the more slick rubber smell of high-gloss biology textbook pictures. They burned through the hairs inside my nostrils. Then salt and ink that rubbed off my palms. Under clippings of the moon at 2:45 a.m. I study and repeat. Ribosome. Endoplasmic. Lactic acid. Stamen. At the IHOP on the corner of Powers and Stetson Hills. I repeated and scribbled until it picked its way and stagnated somewhere I can't point to anymore. Maybe my gut. Maybe there in between my pancreas and large intestine is the piddly brook of my soul. Its ruler by which I reduce all things now. Hard edge and splintering from knowledge that used to sit, a cloth against fevered forehead. Can't I let them both be? This fickle faith and this colored science that heckles from the back of the classroom. Now I can't believe. The Bible and the Quran, the Bhagavad Gita are sliding long hairs behind my ear like Mom used to, and exhaling from their mouths. Make room for wonder. as my understanding dribbles down the chin onto chest, it is summarized as, life is merely to ovum and sperm, and where those two meet, and how often and how well, and what dies there. The poem on learning to dissect fetal pigs by Renee Good, who was shot and killed this week by a federal immigration officer. She was 37 years old. She leaves behind 3 children and her wife, who told Minnesota Public Radio that she was made of sunshine. So this is why I kind of actually like New York Post, even with all their flaws. Because this is the shit that we get from NPR. and once again, chat. The reason why I was reading that fucking slop, that confused hot fucking mess, is because NPR made this article because apparently Renee Good, the woman who got shot in the face for hitting the ICE officer, wrote it. And this is supposed to be a remembering her. Like, look up, like, okay, so minus the whole fucking god-awful poem, supposedly, about this. I mean, you just even let's look at the phrasing, look at the wording that they use for this. Before Renee Good became the center of a tragic news story, she was a writer. Like she's, like, so they're trying to humanize her as much as possible. She won an Academy of American Poets Prize in 2020 for her poem on learning to dissect fetal pigs. They're trying to make her sound like an upstanding citizen because she won an Academy Award, or a poet's, whatever it is, in 2020, so 6 years ago now, on a poem. Like, this doesn't actually talk about her life. It doesn't talk about her and what she did. It doesn't talk about the fact that she, purposely blocked the road, impeded an ICE investigation, resisted arrest, and then purposely tried to run over the ICE officer. It doesn't talk about anything about the facts of the story at hand and what happened that day. They're trying to humanize her and victimize her and turn her into this little angel that wins American Poets Prizes for her fetal pigs poem that's not really a poem here. And this poem is wry and funny as she tries to reconcile science and faith and wonders. Can I let them both be? Like, trying to, like, this confused woman who needs help. And it's just innocent and pure. And then it ends it with that disgusting paragraph that she was 37 years old, she leaves behind 3 children and her wife, and told Minnesota Police of Public Radio that she was made of sunshine. Like, nothing about it goes into the actual facts that they hand. And this is NPR. She might be the next MLK. So, reality. She's a dumb, retarded dyke. Yes, exactly. And this is the side of the left. This is what they're trying to do to her. To basically make her the new George Floyd. Like, I know it's a meme and shit like that, but she really is the new George Floyd in this case. With how they're trying to paint her as this innocent victim. No matter how stupid it is. Like the whole, like, with George Floyd, the actual black man himself, the man, the myth, the legend, may God rest his name. And the whole, like, mama, 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 as he's crying out, when that was just the name of his drug dealer. They're trying to be like, oh no, he's crying for his mom at the end of his life. Oh no, like, the man just missed his mother. That's so sad. As he was dying, he was trying to reach out to her and call for her. And then it's just his drug dealer instead. Like, okay. Okay, so this is the angle we're going here. Except for this case, it's poetry. And then, like, this is just the NPR, okay? It's an opinion piece. You can ignore it. It's stupid. It's laughable. Ha, 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 ha. But then we have the Chinese fucker, the guy himself who slept with a Chinese spy, and God knows how many state secrets he revealed with it. Makes this whole little speech about how she wasn't a threat. She's a mom with stuffed animals in her glove box. Once again, because the left keeps on focusing on the fact she has stuffed animals in her glove box. Being like, oh, it's for her kids. And, like, okay, it could be for her kids, technically. Or it could be the fact that she's a massive fucking woman child. Because there's these things called Disney adults these days that need all these different plushies and stuffed animals and Disney different stickers and goods and The Nightmare Before Christmas and all, like, and Strawberry Shortcake and Hello Kitty and all this other, like, child girlish stuff, and they're clinging onto this in their 40s, trying to remain young. Like, this is very stereotypical for middle-aged women, millennial and like young Gen X women in this case. So thank you, Mr. Cat Attack, for the $5 reviews. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. With poems like that, you ladies need to be prepared to return to a society where it's illegal to teach women to read again. I'd be okay with that. I love to read. Well, at least I used to love to read. I haven't read a book in a hot minute, but I used to love to read. But I will be okay losing my reading rights and just becoming a breeding pig. If that stops women from having rights in general, like driving cars and voting and having credit cards and doing what the fuck this bitch did. So once again, showing the stuffed
This is
animals.
the glove compartment of Renee Good. 37-year-old mom, 3 kids.
2 of them are out of the picture for some reason. Are you gonna address why, Mr. Chinese fucker? Once again, this doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean for the kids. The kids don't sit in the front seat. I guess you could hand it off to him. But like, to me, this just looks like an overgrown child in this case.
She wasn't a terrorist. She wasn't a criminal. She was a mom. There's no weapon in that glove compartment. There's no knife, no gun, no explosive.
I don't know, maybe a car is a weapon? Like, I don't understand. Okay, I understand, right? He is a professional leftist. Look at him fucking smiling there, too. He knows he's just lying through his teeth. God fucking damn it. Chinese spy fucker. Can I say chink? I think I've already said spick a couple times. Surely I can say chink, right? Anyways. Like, it doesn't, like, the car is a weapon. We all recognize that hitting people while driving is bad, right? That kills people. We all know drunk driving kills people, okay? We all know that if somebody's walking across the street, the car can't just hit them because that kills people, okay? Like, Carl, that kills people, okay? We've known this for since cars fucking existed 100 years ago, that it kills people. There's a reason why jaywalking is illegal. Like, because it puts your life at risk. In that case. So it's like, we all know the car's a weapon. It's considered a deadly weapon under law. If you try to hit somebody with your car, that's attempted murder. That is the weapon. That's literally what happened. She doesn't need a knife. She doesn't need a gun. She doesn't need a shovel. She just needs the car.
Stuffed animals. Any one of us with young kids knows what that glove compartment looks like. It's a distraction device. It's a bribery tool. It's a way to keep your kids calm when they're acting out in the car. She had a baby to go home to.
I hate how slow he's talking, too. Like, I know I like to mutter and stutter, and I trip over my words, and I talk too quickly from time to time. Like, I'm not saying I'm a professional speaker at all. But when you sit there and pause every 5 seconds to let the weight of your words sink in as you describe this awful tragedy with it all. It's just like, dude, just state your fucking point. We all know you're lying anyways.
A 6-year-old who is now orphaned, who lost his father just 2 years ago.
He's smiling.
So you want to defend this? You want to defend the murder of this mom?
Yeah, because she tried to murder the ICE officer, you dumb fuck. But I can't even call him dumb. He's actively malicious, right? He's not ignorant. He's not stupid. He's actively malicious. He's lying through his teeth. He's smiling while he's doing so. He's pausing every 5 seconds to let the weight of his story, reach your heartstrings and pluck them. Like, he knows what he's doing. He knows the lie he's crafting here. He's actively malicious, and yet he's trying to twist the story.
You want to root on and cheer for her being shot in the face 3 times?
Yes, based.
Unfortunately, this is where we have been heading from the start.
Good.
It was just a matter of time.
Good.
When you hire
We should shoot more people who impede ICE when they're trying to deport Somalians. I'm down for that. Let's go.
masked thugs, of course, it's going to get increasingly horrible. We started with ICE agents chasing people through the fields and the factories where they work.
Based. They don't belong here. They don't deserve the job here. The jobs should actually go to real Americans. They should chase them more and probably shoot them down too if they're already resisting arrest. They're fleeing the crime scene. You know, they're here illegally. You might as well.
U.S. kids with stage 4 cancer.
Good.
Pulling peaceful people out of their homes and cars by their hair.
Good.
And
do it
now,
more often. I don't care.
shooting a
Families get deported together. You can have stage 4 cancer in Mexico.
mother and telling us, just like you told us on January 6th, don't believe your eyes when you see the video. Is this going to get worse? Of course it will.
Don't believe your eyes when you see the video. Don't believe your lying eyes? Is he trying to play off that phrase, or is he trying to go the opposite of that phrase? Because, like, my eyes from the first video made it pretty clear that she purposely tried to hit him. From the first video alone that we watched on Wednesday. So, like, my eyes weren't lying to me then. I can tell you that. And the more videos that have come out, it's more blatantly obvious. So, but I'm not supposed to believe my eyes? I don't know. My eyes seem to. Listen, I'm blind as fuck. I won't lie about that. Like, I wear glasses, and God help me when I had to take them off. But that was obvious.
Bodies are piling up. Will Renee Good be the last mom murdered by ICE?
No. If they
We
keep this
literally
up.
now have masked murderers roaming our streets. But we're not helpless. And if my Republican colleagues are going to do nothing right now, you better believe that accountability is coming. Here's what it looks like. The masks are coming off. Identification is coming out. Immunity is going to be stripped. And to Kristi Noem, Tom Cashbag Homan, and Greg Bovino, your asses are going to be in these witness chairs.
Friendly reminder. Friendly reminder. If the Democrats ever get in power again, which I fucking hope they don't, but if they ever do, which the pendulum does swing, and as long as we keep democracy alive, it probably will happen, especially since they like to fortify elections. Everyone's fucked. Like, every ICE agent's fucked. Donald Trump's fucked. Kristi Noem's fucked. You know, Hexus is fucked. Vance is fucked. Like, they're all gonna be rotting in jail. You know, everything that Trump has threatened, like, Hillary Clinton with, you know, back in 2016, like, you know, you belong in prison. You know, we know those emails. So yeah, that's actually gonna happen. And they're gonna do the exact same thing for everybody in the Trump administration and everyone taking part in ICE, in this case. And they're gonna go after the right-wing Twitter accounts too, in that case. They're gonna be like Britain with Keir Starmer all over again. They're gonna actually do this. They actually are gonna do this because the left understands power. The useful idiots on the ground, like the woman driving the car, she doesn't actually understand power. She's just doing what the butch lesbian wife beater says. And wants to please her, right? And she thinks she's a badass superhero for trying to save the poor brownoid from being kidnapped. In her eyes. But the politicians, the people at the top, the people actually organizing the ICE Watch that the butch lesbians took part of, AOC, and the NGOs, they all understand power. And they all know that they can do whatever the fuck they want. I mean, look at what happened to the January 6ers, after all. Like, now, was January 6th, like, 100% peaceful? No, it wasn't. I'm not gonna lie about that or deny that. So I will say that the amount of feds actually during January 6th, and they were also the ones breaking the windows. That happened, but, you know, that's cool. But going in, messing around with Nancy Pelosi's desk, stealing that podium, probably not actually the best moves, even if they actually were allowed in with the velvet carpeting. Like, literally, oh my god, okay. Small tangent here, right? I remember when January 6th happened, okay? I was on Twitter that day. I didn't have Twitter for a very long period of time, but I had Twitter then, surprisingly enough. And I remember VizzyPop, the creator of Has-Been Hotel, okay? Tweeting and screaming about how they're letting them in. Because there's videos are coming out of them just walking in single file lines with the velvet red ropes, just keeping them in single file lines as they're allowed into the White House here. And she was losing her goddamn mind about that. But yes, January 6th was an insurrection and a riot and all those other fun things. But, that's cool. That's cool, right? But look how they treated the January 6ers in the Biden administration. Took Trump pardoning them to do anything about it. In fact, fun fact, there's actually somebody in the community that is a Jan 6er and had to be pardoned by Trump, which I think is super cool, and I also feel really bad for him at the same time. Like, and if you don't think the Democrats are gonna do that exact same thing but on steroids after losing this past election and how much power they've lost and have been absolutely humiliated by the Trump administration despite all the flaws that Trump does have, yeah, you are delusional. You are absolutely delusional. They will 100% come after everyone's asses happily and throw them in jail. Uh. It was more peaceful than Black Lives Matter riots. I mean, that's a very low bar. I mean, after all, Black Lives Matter are peaceful but fiery. Like ignore the literal, actual, massive fires. Buildings are being burnt down in the background, but they're peaceful but fiery once again. So. The podium was stolen, was picked up and set back down. Still messing around with it probably wasn't the best bet technically. But like I'm frankly not going to like split hairs over what technically should have and shouldn't have happened for January 6th after they allowed fucking Black Lives Matter and Antifa burning down cities for months throughout 2020. Okay? Even before 2020 happened, Antifa was raiding the streets of Portland and Seattle. They set up chats in Seattle for a very long period of time. They're already resisting everything under the sun from Trump during his first term, for fuck's sakes. Like, and they've already killed multiple right-leaning figures already. Like, there was this, in 2017, there was a shooting of Republican congressmen. Granted, nobody died in that one. But that happened in 2017 by some far-left terrorists. In that case. Plenty of people died in Portland and Seattle doing the Antifa stuff, including one guy who was just wearing a Trump hat. Like, people got punched for being quote-unquote Nazis back in 2016, that Chris Ray Gunn even made a parody song about it. Like, the left is 100% thoroughly violent in this case. So I'm not gonna split hairs over a podium being picked up and set back down on January 6th, even if he probably shouldn't have done that. Fuck this shit.
The job we have on this committee is to keep Trump out of our streets, out of our homes, and out of our lives. No policy matters to anyone on this committee if you can't protect your people. So people like Renee Good, an American citizen, a mom, doesn't get shot 3 times in the face. So she can go home to her 6-year-old child. And so we can go back to the country I know we are.
Oh yeah, the country that we know we are, where we lock up every single rightoid on the face of the earth. And we'll charge Trump with another 70-some fucking federal crimes. Like that was so ridiculous too. Like how many charges did he have on him? It was like a ridiculous number amount that they did. They absolutely tried to destroy him, and everybody's like, lol. We don't care. This is all the fucking framing nut job that you guys are doing this. Or like Alex Jones, for example, with the Sandy Hook fucking shit, right? That was like 10 to 15 years ago with the whole Sandy Hook drama that happened. And then a few years ago, he like pretty much he went bankrupt and lost his fucking company and had to start over all over again, which he's so famous, it's not that big of a deal, but like they still try to bury him completely all because of what he said about Sandy Hook. Like, Jesus Christ, anybody who actually goes against the grain, they literally try to ruin their lives. They might not outright kill them, Though all the assassinations seem to come from lefty Antifa terrorist groups. I wonder why. But if they can't actually literally kill them, then they do so legally, and they use the full force of the law. But for some reason, the GOP, the Republicans, the based ones like JD Vance and Hegseth and Trump and all this other fun stuff, they can't do shit for some reason because we have to respect the rules of the law. Well, you can throw the book at them and you can be successful, clearly. Ugh, sorry, I got some hair in my. Oh, that's a. I don't know where that piece of hair came from, but that came in my mouth, and I don't like that. She had a kid. I guess she can. That means she can. She can do whatever she wants with no consequences. Clearly, they can't use the fact that she's black, because she's not, right? And the woman's not enough for victim points anymore because more equality these days. Welcome to feminism, 2026. So they have to use the fact that she has a kid to make her a victim and sympathize with her as much as possible. Thank you, Jinkus the Great, for the $5 reviews. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good afternoon. Well, good afternoon to you, too. I hope you're having a good day so far. And nice to see you again from after Under the Bridge with V today. Thank you, Anime Acumen, for the $2 reviews. Believe all women. Woman. No, I will not believe all women. Fuck women. All my homies hate women. Women don't deserve rights. They not even deserve rights. They shouldn't have rights, period. Also, I'm pretty sure I missed a super chat earlier. Give me a second. I'm gonna see if I can find it real quick. I don't wanna get behind on them, but I swear I missed one. Okay, just in case I forgot this one. Jacob McKellen, thank you for the $2 reviews. Alright, I gotta get ready to work. Good night. Well, good night to you too. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter anymore because you're already gone because I'm late to message super chat, but I'm sorry, bro. Thank you again if you're watching the VOD. I'm sorry. But then we got this like other propaganda too, and it 100% is propaganda. Technically, propaganda is neutral, right? Like propaganda has a negative connotation because of how it's used, but propaganda is basically whatever one side of the aisle tries to paint a narrative as to push a message. And if it's right-leaning propaganda is good and base, like what the Homeland Security account posts. But if it's left-wing propaganda is bad, it's that simple. Case closed. Like this one, for example. No, you're domestic terrorists. Supposed to be making fun of Kristi Noem here. Showing a mom who's a little bit Asian, actually, surprisingly. Ish. Looks, I was like, not like super Asian, but like, and then with like 3 kids here, with one on the stroller, the other one on her back, all very, very young. Meanwhile, we don't actually know the age of the 2 other kids. We just know only one's 6 years old. Doesn't look anything like her, but it's trying to like paint this picture of like what a mom should be, which is actually super ironic coming from the left, because the left is all about female empowerment and talk about how much they love abortions and birth control, and they hate kids, and kids are literal parasites, and they can't stand them, and all this other stuff. But as soon as it fits their narrative, they have the traditional role of a woman to push their message, with having multiple kids, all being very young. She looks happy there, and she's taking care of them, and she's not at work, not in the Jew daycare, slaving away to make ends meet. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? We can bring about a return to greatness. We don't necessarily return to anything. Take what was found in the past and make improvements to culture and legislation. Yeah. We shouldn't go back in time, right? Like, people who... I understand why people say they want to go back in time, but I don't like to say that, because if we go back in time, we'll end up making the same mistakes that we did to get us where we are now. We need to work forward to the future. Learn from the mistakes of the past. Learn from the successes of the past. And build a future with the knowledge that we have now in this day. And so, yes, in a way, we should return to the point where women shouldn't have voting rights. No credit cards. Can't drive. That kind of stuff. But I guess in a way that is returning. but it's more a future, as in, okay, we had our little fun, we had our little experiment, we gave women rights, it literally crashed civilization, birth rates plummeted, women hate men with a burning passion, they blew up and gained 300 fucking pounds, thanks to birth control. You know, we had our little fun with our little experiment here. Okay, the time's over, we learned that this is a huge, massive mistake, and so we're never gonna do that again. So... as if we just go back, we'll just make the mistake. I mean, the driving thing, though. Listen. I'm not gonna give women driving rights. Okay, hold on a second. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Panicking. Hopefully the panicking's enough of a keyword to get the post stuff that I'm looking for. Oh, God. No, panicking's not enough a keyword. Let's see. As a woman who panics. Is that gonna be it? Is that how the tweet went? Aha! I found it. Okay, I found this tweet. Okay, so keep in mind, January 8th, so 2 days ago, dealing with the whole aftermath of this thing. Alright, as a female driver who sometimes panics on the road when I don't know exactly what I'm supposed to do in confusing circumstances, I'm realizing that I probably get shot by officers, and a lot of you would probably say it's justified. Do you really want to give women driving rights? Because I'm against it. Talk about a self-report. Talk about a fucking self-report here. And then she tries to be like, well, I'm releasing, I probably get shot by officers. Trying to make this whole deal where she purposely tries to run into the ICE agent as a panicking situation as she directly looks at him and smiles. Oh, that's totally panicking, doesn't? This is more fucking intent. But she's trying to defend this woman by self-reporting. Oh. And you know what? You know what? Speaking of women posting L's, women self-reporting, I do the same thing too, by the way. All women do this, by the way. All women panic. They're not good in stressful situations. They're not meant to go to war. Okay? They're not meant to fight for anybody's life. They're not meant to handle stressful situations. Okay? There's a reason, even if you go back to the, 1,000 years ago, when they still live in the village, right? They're still staying in the village as the men go fight in war. They're still staying in the village as the men go hunt the animals, okay? They might be picking berries, but they're still picking berries and not fighting anything or being in high stress situations. There's a reason why every single video that ever happens, there's women screaming and crying in the background as they freak the fuck out, okay? There's a reason why even as you, the man, drives, if you brake too hard, she starts freaking out, okay? Women do not know how to handle stressful situations. It literally goes against them, okay? And in a way, as annoying as this is, it's actually a good thing, because they're the canary in the coal mines. They're the ones supposed to be screaming and crying and letting the men know that something is wrong and the men needs to go out and kill the bear, or whatever the situation is. Unfortunately, in modern society, that leads to them driving 3-ton metal death boxes that they don't know how to react in stressful situations, and they freak the fuck out. The other day, I had to go downtown for an appointment, and I fucking hate downtown, okay? I'm a totally fine driver on the highway and the country roads. I've never gone to an accident in my entire fucking life, okay? And I'm proud of that case. But as soon as I get downtown, I am panicking. I'm sitting there, I was literally saying the entire time I was driving through downtown, I hate 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 downtown. I was super tense, I had both hands on the wheel, and I was looking all over the place, making sure that no other cars around me, because I hate how crowded it is, I hate how slow it goes, but at the same time how fast everybody wants to go at the same time. I hate that there's like so many lanes. I hate how tight the buildings are. I hate the people walking. There's just too much going on in such a small fucking space, and it makes me freak the fuck out. I guess that's what I get for being a country girl, but still, I hate downtown. I hate downtown. I was freaking out the whole entire time. I had to go through the ghetto. I was like, okay, am I gonna get shot? If I'm sitting here at the red light, it's 10 a.m. okay, on a weekday, and am I gonna get shot? Am I gonna get stolen from? Like, what's gonna be happening here? I see a black man crossing the street with his pants down, swagging back and forth. I'm like, yeah, he clearly doesn't have a job. Wait, hold on, I'm gonna be his job? Hold on a second. Okay, can we move already? Like... okay? Like... This is just what women do, and granted, maybe in my case I'm a little bit more sensitive because I'm not used to cities. I don't like the city. I live out in the middle of nowhere, and I hate black people. You know, all that fun stuff, right? And that's exactly the opposite of what a city is. Well, that's what a city is. But this happens all the time with women, regardless of the case. And with the nice self-report here, and the nice 7.5 thousand likes, and the 1.5 thousand retweets here, let's be honest, should women be driving? I think most would be sensitive in that situation. Well, thank you for making me feel better about myself. I appreciate that. But it still stands by the point where, like, you know, women are not made to handle stressful situations at all. Don't make eye contact? Oh, I wasn't trying to. But my god, I saw too many blacks that day. It was 10 fucking a.m. on a weekday, and I was just seeing them swagging all over the place. With their shitty fucking clothes, acting like they own the place as I was driving through the ghetto. And I was just like, oh my fucking god. Ugh. Ugh. Thank you, Crowder Crowler, for the $5 dues over on Rumble. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Enjoy the 5, put it towards Alien. I haven't panicked while driving because of driving since I was 14. I've been driving since I was 15. As soon as I got my learner's permit, literally as I literally walked out of the BMV, and as soon as that happened, my dad he's like, okay, you're driving. He threw me the fucking keys and put me on the driver's seat, and he sat in the passengers, and I was just like, he's like, you're fine. And then since that moment, every day he would pick me up from the bus stop. We would switch positions, and I would drive while I had my learner's permit. And so then when I got my driver's license, I just drove. So, and I've never gone to an accident, like I said. I would like to consider myself a decent driver, especially for being a woman, but I also think women shouldn't drive, and I definitely appreciate, I am a passenger princess. Wholeheartedly, I am a passenger princess. I like the man to drive. It's so nice just to sit there and relax. I get to stare at the pretty scenery, or I get to read a book, or play my Switch, or take a nap. And I don't have to worry about driving the damn car. I probably, maybe ever so slightly, you know, backseat drive a little bit. Like the good nagging woman that I am. But generally I'm peaceful and I'm quiet and I'm just enjoying the view. I don't have to worry about that. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Cat Attack, for the $10 dues. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Some folks wear their hat way off to the side, with their pants down low and gun tucked inside. They're like their liquor by the 40 and their chicken deep fried. I think we all know who I'm talking about. I wonder who you're talking about. I have no clue. What stereotype are you trying to pin on a poor group of people that are just have socioeconomic factors going against them at all times. They just need more welfare. Backseat drivers get the ride in the trunk. To be fair, that was a while ago, and I've learned to be more of a submissive bitch than I should. Also, my ex he was an okay driver. But one of my pet peeves was the fact he just wouldn't pull in through parking lots. Like, dude, just pull in. Like, there's two spots, and you just pull into the furthest one, so you can just pull out to leave, so you don't have to worry about backing up and hitting somebody in the parking lot. Because even if you're a better driver, it doesn't mean some Inwa knows how to drive and will see you actually backing out. It's just safer just to pull through and just park at that one, but okay. but I've learned to shut up now. Oh, thank you, Crowder Kelly, for the $2 reviews. $2 for Alien. I had a 16-hour drive with my mom and the back sitting was crazy. Yeah, see? Well, she's your mom, so I can't say to slap her and make her shut up. But yeah, women just need to learn how to shut up. Put some duct tape on them. So. I kind of feel bad for my backseat driving, because that was really bitchy of me. But not like the relationship was good to begin with, so that's gonna be my excuse. There you go. Yeah. Anyways. So, instead of women, let's talk about Jews. Like this one, once again, Mr. Krasenstein here. Jonathan Ross is his name. Stay peaceful. I know about you, chat. But this is a little bit of a dog whistle here. I don't know about you, but something doesn't seem to be staying peaceful about what he has to say by posting this. I don't know. Just posting his face like that, really up close. I mean, yeah, he's still wearing the mask, but still. Jonathan Roth is his name. But stay peaceful. But stay peaceful though. Right? Remember chat. Remember chat. Like, come the fuck on here. We know exactly what you're doing. This is doxing. And he tries to defend himself by being like, oh, well, you know, this is apparently the media has already posted his name. He's already in like other he's already in other like news outlets or whatever the case is and stuff. So it's not doxing if it's already public information. And it's like, dude, you have almost 1 million followers here, okay? And you are a major lefty that's infamous on Twitter and a major pull in leftist circles. You are also a Stein, and so you have major pull in just general circles, in this case. And most of your tweets go viral. Most of them have millions of views. This one has 22,000 likes here. Okay, 3.4 million views. You know what you're doing by amplifying this stuff. Because the thing is, not everybody's gonna read articles. Most people just read the headlines and move on. And it's only gonna be from headlines from their preferred sources. They're not gonna read into the details and find different stuff unless they're watching some anime woman talk about it, right? So but on Twitter though, when you're just doom scrolling and all you have to say is Jonathan Ross is his name, staying peaceful with his photo, you know exactly what you're doing here. You know exactly what he's doing here. And then he tries to give even more information about like what he did and everything. And people are being like, hey, you know, doxing is bad, by the way. Even you said it yourself. And he's like, why? America deserves to know this dude's name. He literally took a life. So even here in the replies he admits, he insinuates that because he took a life, people should know his name. Okay, what do you mean here? That America deserves to know this dude's name because he literally took a life? It doesn't take much IQ to put 2 and 2 together for what he's doing in this case. And then this guy has the audacity to start crying when people dox him. Because people are posting pictures of his house and his address, which is also technically public information. So here's the thing that a lot of people don't realize is everybody's info is public, okay? I know we don't have the yellow and white pages anymore, but back in the day, you can just open up a book and then you can try to find somebody's name and address and phone number there. Because it's all public information. And you can do the same online these days. And it's not that hard to actually dox people because of how much shit is actually publicly online. And so, in this case, well, he's an ICE officer, it would actually be a decent amount of effort to try to get his information, but eventually you probably can. You know, do some, like, Google, photo match or lookup or whatever, something like that, right? Or, since he claims that this was reported by the New York Times or some other journalists, you know, he's just reposting the information, right? They obviously they have the ways to figure out that kind of stuff. But in this guy's case, technically, with him being a public profile, almost 1 million followers on Twitter, and he's not using an anonymous name, all it takes is just looking up his name on Google, and within 5 minutes you could probably find his house and address. And that's still technically doxing, by the way. because even though it's technically public information for Brian Krasenstein's place, it was technically public information where Jonathan Ross lives, right? By posting it on the internet with intent for people to use that information for evil was exactly what he's doing in this case. That is doxing. Because even though it's already public information, the intent of you posting this is for people to go after you, to send you pizzas, you know, something along those lines, or swatting, or, you know, have somebody come to your house and shoot you, whether that be with pepper spray or a gun, like, and he knows what he's doing, yet he cries when somebody does it to him. So you're fiercely against doxing, yet you retweeted a video of my house where my family lives. Can you explain? Why don't you have me on your show so we can discuss the situation? Are you really a journalist and don't even know what doxing is? Really? You want to play this game? But once again, a typical fucking leftist. A typical fucking leftist. Now, for the record, chat, don't actually look up his name and address, okay? Don't post it online. Don't go after him. Don't send pizzas to his house. And don't do it for Jonathan Ross either, okay? Doxing is bad. Doxing is bad, no matter what. Well, I guess except for the Charlie Kirk situation, I did make an exception for that. I'm not gonna lie here. And frankly, I don't even feel bad for him. I don't feel bad for him at all. Because it's just desserts. He's getting what he deserves. He's being a complete fucking hypocrite. So I don't really care what happens to him. But at the same time, it is bad. It is bad, chat. Doxing bad, okay? Don't support doxing here. But just remember, they have double standards. You know, rules for me, but not for thee. Or the rules with thee, but not for me in this case. So, and they have the audacity to do this. This is who you're working with, by the way. Or working against. So, Ugh. So, oh my god, my back. On the bright side, though, additional 1,000 Border Patrol agents are about to surge into Minneapolis. This was yesterday this was announced. So hopefully they're already in Minneapolis today. I hope so, especially since things have definitely gotten way out of control since then. And this is the weekend too. I mean, it's Saturday night. I'm sure there's probably even more videos because, like, all day it's just refreshing Twitter, and I've just been collecting more and more videos as they get released. As more shit goes down, so more stuff is probably happening as I'm streaming. More stuff will happen tonight because it's Saturday night. More stuff will happen tomorrow because it's Sunday, and into Sunday night, and all that fun stuff. As they just won't stop. They will not stop. Like, it's not as bad as Black Lives Matter when, you know, Saint Floyd of the Fent died. But George Floyd, instead, is definitely causing an uproar here with being a mom and all this stuff. And they're trying to, like, they're so suicidal. They're so suicidal, chat. Like, actually, you know what? I'm gonna play the audio is mostly just police sirens, but I'll play the video for you. Just so you're aware about how dangerous the situation is. Like, I think this is a dude. I think this is a dude. Notice how they're wearing a mask, which is totally fine when they're doing it, but we have to demask the ICE agents. I know Chink Spy Sawwell likes to say. I'm just trying to actually, you know, stop the car and hopping on it like that. Okay, I have to turn the volume down. My apologies, chat. And they're following, like there's people running and trying to record at the same time. And ICE agent just doesn't fucking care. ICE agent does not care. I mean, they're not going fast enough to actually, like, you know, cause any harm. But just still in the way.
Sidewalk, move back! Move back!
Oh, that woman enjoyed being slammed there. Oh no, I'm being slammed against the car by some big burly men. Oh, get fucked.
Step back!
Throwing trash into the streets. Like, I can't believe the protesters put massive fucking heavy potted plants in the middle of the street to try to block the road, too. Like, what are they gonna do if these were ambulances, right? Like, obviously these are ICE and coppers. But, like, if this was actual ambulances because somebody died because all these riots and protests are going down, then, look, that's that is somebody's life on their hands. But they don't fucking care. They don't care. They just see them as evil Nazi fascists. And then the same dude is still trying to block the road. Oh my god. And for the record, for any leftists or centrists, that is watching, either it be the live stream or VOD, whatever the case is, the difference between the person blocking the road for an ICE agent and somebody running over an ICE agent is night and fucking day. Okay, like this is law enforcement, they're trying to do their jobs, they're trying to clean up the streets, and hitting an officer is, well, one is still technically attempted murder, because she's technically parked in the middle of the street and she rams into him, so there's already malicious intent there. But as an officer, officers are a higher priority than citizens who are trying to commit suicide by running in front of cars to block them from doing their jobs. So there is a difference in standards here. I'm fully support the difference in standards here. But as I saw somebody say in chat that if they just like shot a gun in the air, they would scatter like rats, and they should. Like it's because the thing is, as soon as they stop, if they were to actually permanently stop and in the middle of the road, these leftists would swarm their cars like fucking flies, and try to break the windows and absolutely attack them. That's exactly what they did with Black Lives Matter. Now, granted, most of these protesters are white, and so they're not going to be as violent. There's a reason why they're just lollygagging in front and doing whatever silly jig and dance he's trying to do to stop the car. But they're still gonna swarm like flies. They're still gonna cause damage. They're still trying to impede officers. Like, they can't stop. Literally, their lives are at risk. And apparently they can't stop in front of cars either, because their life is also still at risk. Like, Jesus Christ. And the thing is, it's all because they're trying to deport Somalians who have their own fucking country in Africa, who are stealing billions of tax dollars, are raping, and committing Medicaid fraud, as well as election fraud. So, yes, remember, these leftists are supposedly defending the good guys here. Oh. Jesus fucking Christ. But wait, there's more. Like setting ICE vehicles on fire. Sorry, but mostly peaceful protests once again. Ugh. Or they're just trying to. I don't know where this is at exactly, but a bunch of leftists are trying to fight ICE agents. Just being dragged away.
Let's get back to the sidewalk. Hold on, I'll help you up. I'll help you up.
Oh my god, look how fast that dude got back up. He trips and falls and immediately he's back up because he knows he's fucked. Like, when the Mexican riots were happening, like what, a month or two ago, one of the Mexican police officers got separated from the rest of the group and he fucking got his ass fucking kicked. Like, he's probably dead. Or severely injured because watching those videos, and you can find the VOD on Rumble, if you wish to watch. But he got separated from the group. He lost his shield, he lost his mask, he was losing his gear, and he was just getting pummeled in the face and kicked and tossed to the ground and dragged away by the mob. And so to get up quickly like that after falling is extremely important for an officer to do, or else he also might have been a sacrificial lamb.
Let's get back to the sidewalk. Hold on, I'll help you up. I'll help you up.
Back up.
Ice, go home. Like, I'm assuming this is like an ICE facility. Not exactly sure where this is actually happening here. In Minneapolis. But they're trying. Honestly, every single person here just needs to be arrested. There's a lot of border control ICE agents or whatever, you know, denomination they're a part of here. Like, just there's more than enough of them. Put every single one of them in handcuffs. And if you don't want to go through the effort of throwing them in jail, just put them off to the side. You know? They're like the tree huggers, right? Where they tie themselves to the tree so they don't get chopped down. Do that, but do the pole in the background. Pretend that's just a massive tree. Just chain link them all together, put them off to the side, and let them sit in the cold. I'm sure they're gonna love their protesting then. And then they're out of the way, and problem solved.
Let's go. Let's go.
Because the thing is, they're just being too nice. Like, they're simply just being too nice. They're kind of shoving them. They're trying to get them up and different things like that. They're trying to direct them out of the way, but they're not listening because they don't care. They're not actually being forceful enough. Like, they're not blacks, okay? They're not gonna start pounding at you and shooting at you and stabbing you. Like, these are white people who think they're vigilantes. But they don't actually have the balls to actually kill anybody just yet. Wait till it turns night, and then they start hunting in gangs like Antifa does. But at midday like this, when it's just the average leftist who lives in Minnesota, who firmly believes that the Somalians are actually truly their neighbors and being kidnapped, they're not really going to do much of anything at this time, and you need to use a show of force. Not saying actually shoot them like with what happened to that woman with a car, but shooting into the air to make them scatter. Just, you know, actually being a bit more forceful and with the shoving with it. Just something along those lines to actually get them to respect you, because right now they simply just don't. See, you're gonna get sprayed. No, don't do that. Just spray them. Just spray them. Like, when, with the woman who got shot, the after effect of it, as people were crowding the streets, At that point in time, the guys there, the patrol officers there, didn't give a fuck. There was that infamous photo of that black man crying right before he's about to get pepper sprayed, and the left was like, "Oh my God, look, this is the state of America right now." As a black man is crying, as the ICE officer pulls out a gun to him, not totally ignoring the fact that 2 seconds before that he was trying to steal the pepper spray gun away from him. As one is a pepper spray gun, and two, yeah, and there's that. And then he got pepper sprayed in the face because he was trying to take the pepper spray gun out of his hands. In that case. And they didn't give any fucks then. They didn't give any fucks then, but now, a few days later, you know, they're just doing their peaceful protesting where the fuck they're at right now. Just pepper spray them, man. Just, you tell them to get the fuck out. They don't get the fuck out. Okay, you try to shove them around a little bit. Give them the kid gloves. Okay, they're not listening. Okay, 3 strikes, you're out. You're getting pepper sprayed. So, like, ugh. Definitely not a spray, but a pepper ball gun? I don't. Okay, well, it's still not an actual gun. He still wasn't being shot at. It wasn't even a BB gun. I mean, don't get me wrong, pepper spray's not enjoyable, but, like, still. Having done this work before, you know, fire warning shots that escalate quickly, plus those rounds are going somewhere. Fair point. But clearly more force is needed. Something to actually put the finger in their bones. Something to make them scatter like the rats that they are. Because this kid glove treatment isn't working. And when it was right-wing protesters in January 6th under the Biden administration, they didn't give, you know, any holdbacks about it. But as soon as there was another Antifa leftist protest, which Antifa was designated as a domestic terrorist organization a few months ago thanks to Charlie Kirk's assassination, which is way too long, but at least I'm glad it eventually happened. Like, just get them out of here. These people are clearly involved with Antifa to some sort of level. Like, who is organizing these protests? Who is funding them? Who's giving them supplies and the adult diapers and the food pallets? You know, who's actually, you know, doing all this stuff? Like, actually cut it out root and stem and go after them. And in the meantime, just pepper spray these fuckers. Most leftists have no idea what shame, dignity, grace, and mercy actually mean. No, because they're completely just brainwashed. Ugh. I know I missed some super chats. Give me a second, chat. Give me a second, chat. I know I missed. Well, actually, hold on. Let me finish the video first, and then I'll go through the super chats. I just remember I saw a few, and I felt bad. But like, what was that?
Get back! Get back! Get back! Get back! Ice, go home! Leave her alone! Hey, leave her alone!
Hey, yo, hold on. That guy got a dump truck. Look at that on him. Damn, that's some cheeks. He clearly does not skip leg day. Holy, okay.
Hey, motherfucker.
Motherfucker. So sharp, so witty. No. Nazi shit. Borders are Nazis. Oh my god. It's the same fucking shit from 2016. Like, oh my god. So, as some of you guys know, Arch Warhammer, or Archcast, or whatever you want to call him these days, the Swede, is going to be having a Vampire the Masquerade campaign, where we'll be role-playing as Nazi vampires here relatively soon. He originally did this a campaign back in 2019 with his original friend group. And I've been slowly, very, very slowly but surely trying to get through it. Very slowly getting through it. And just listening back to it, and hearing them talk about different topics, it's like, the more things change, the more things stay the same. Because they were talking about Epstein, they were talking about Antifa terrorist attacks, they were talking about Trump, and immigration. That they were talking about basically pretty much everything that we do today, and that was 7 fucking years ago at this point. Like more like 6 technically if you go by exact dates, but still. Um, in this case, and that was back in 2019, and like a lot of things have gotten worse under the Biden administration. Don't get me wrong, but we still have a lot of the same problems. And it's just like listening back to them playing the vampire campaign and the topics they were talking about and the different situations that were happening, or like Britain, being overrun by immigrants, and they were talking about Brexit back then and all this stuff, and it's just like, oh my fucking god, like nothing really has changed actually in the past 6-7 years. Oh, 6-7, oh my god. Ugh. There, and this is just another example of this. Actually having borders as being Nazis and fascists, trying to make sure that, actually America is for Americans. Heaven forbid the Somalians go back to Somalia after all. Ugh. Stuck in a time loop. I mean, that's how it feels like, but at least this is sort of an improvement. Like, for like, even though these Antifa and left-wing protests by these race traitors here are still saying the same things about how ICE are Nazis and fascists and, punch your Nazis, blah 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 blah. Trump wasn't as this hardcore during his first term. Alright, he wasn't sending the ICE into Minneapolis to get rid of the Somalian fraudsters after Nick Shirley made that video. Which, by the way, once again, friendly reminders, all because Nick Shirley made that video. Which is fucking crazy to me. But listen, one man can really change the world after all. And like for the more news that came out, apparently like Trump put a cap on credit card interest rates to like 10%. He's going to make an executive order for that, and it's going to last at least for a year. He's trying to convince Congress to make that happen. So he's trying to put a cap on usury, which is a huge improvement, right? We fucking kidnapped a president the last week. We're allowing the South Africans in and focusing on actual white immigration instead of third world immigration. The border's actually closed. Like, there has been some good things, don't get me wrong, there has been bad things, and I've been heavily critical of Trump the past, 6 to 8 months, as things have gotten, lots of false promises have occurred. But there have been some changes since 2019 that's not a complete time loop. It looks like it finally, after these past 10 years, since Trump first, became president, before, since Kyrgyzstan, Kyrgyzstan's finally becoming free now. 10 years later, we're finally freeing Kyrgyzstan. At least, hope so. If he can get the Heart Solar Act repealed during his term, all will be forgiven, LMAO. Honestly, kind of, yeah. I would be pretty happy if that happened. Oh, honestly, they already talked about returning to the 1920s immigration policy, so I'd be pretty happy with that. But the side effect is not the side effect, but the main thing is we need to deport everybody who came after everybody who's non-European who's come in since 1965. But that's easier said than done.
In the group.
No, he
Go
put
back
his,
to
he put his leg there.
January
That's
6th,
clear
you piece
present
of shit.
danger there.
How many
Scary.
Oops, didn't realize that the video didn't have much in the way of time left. My apologies. I like the yap so much. But that was just an example of that kind of stuff that's been happening the past few days. And don't get me wrong, I have plenty more. Some of my favorite ones are like Minneapolis police surrender to anti-ICE rioters after officers being attacked. This happened last night. Last night! They just abandoned the city.
Back up. Hey, Chief, why are you letting your city get like this? Why are you letting your city get walk like this? Let's go. What the fuck is going on?
Just running away like the cowards that they are. Oh, look at that Don truck on her, though. She's clearly overweight. one, women should not be police officers, and two, seriously, can we get standards back into being an officer in general? Like, you should not be significantly overweight and be a police officer when your job's running and chasing down criminals. If you're an office worker, then maybe you would possibly allow it, but you're still kind of a detriment to society there. But like, come on, man, come on. I actually agree with that, since they're running away instead of doing their jobs.
No, not me, not me, not me, not me, not me, not me. Not me. It's not me. Oh shit. Not me, back.
Getting into their cars.
What the fuck happened?
Don't care anymore. Run away. I know they're cops, so they can kind of do whatever they want to a certain extent. But man, this is some Indian driving right here. Going over the cement, the dividend here. And, you know, try to get away from the mob. Going the opposite fucking direction here. Like, Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Oh, I see. At least these coppers did the right thing at doing a U-turn. But that guy did not give a fuck. I honestly, maybe I shouldn't call them cowards to a certain extent, because somebody mentions that, like, a Jew cub Frey gave them the call. That's very likely, because from what I've heard, rumor has it that the makeup mayor, Frey, actually wants riots to happen. Because obviously that benefits him, you know. Makes him look like he's on his side. He doesn't actually care about the city of Minneapolis at all. He doesn't actually care. He wants it to burn down. All for his points. And then he can get federal grants to rebuild the city. If need be. And he can pocket some of that change as he wants. Because they're all fucking scammy as shit and corrupt as shit. And he doesn't care. He wants to burn America down because he doesn't actually care about it at all. And he can just go back to Israel if he wants to. Ugh. Thank you, Crowder Crowler, for the $1 due over on Rumble. Thank you. I'm gonna become an ICE officer, knock one of those retards out with the gloves I wore during Jan 6. Base. Though, do keep in mind that it's a little bit risky for your life, but at the same time, I appreciate the service and the risk at hand. So just, you know, just don't be stupid and don't get run over by a crazy leftist fucking lesbian woman. Thank you, Beastly, for the $25 reviews over on Ko-Fi. That was 2 hours ago. And I missed the Mossad call. Cool. I'm sorry, Beastly. I'm getting really comfortable at this point with the super chats on YouTube now, and I just kind of forgot to pay attention to Mossad when they give me a call. So I'm sorry for the lack of that. I'm very, very sorry. I'm very, very sorry. But thank you for the $25 reviews. To be honest, it really feels like Trump was waiting for Walz to actually send a National Guard to fight back against ICE before he goes full hog and sends the military to take over, almost like Trump was just waiting for undeniable justification to enact the Insurrection Act. I think he has plenty of undeniable justification to do so. Like, I mean, Walz has already talked about using the National Guard against ICE and the FBI. He's already called for a civil war. Not to sound like the Beanie Man, but he really already has. So, if you look at the fucking, like, I have more riot videos. You might not get through all of them because a lot of them are kind of the same, with just the leftist screeching and shit. But it's just like, there's plenty of evidence here Just Antifa in general. I mean, look at Charlie Kirk. What happened after he got assassinated, and all the fucking disgusting shit that came out of the left then. Like, there is plenty of justification to do so. People want him to do it. He just needs to fucking stop being a pussy and just fucking do it. Oh my god. And thank you, Jinkus the Great, for the $10 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, my dude. I'll protect you from that beard for for 5 million. Oh, $2 for bear. Oh, I'll protect you from that bear for 500 million. Well, a man or a bear? I think I'll choose bear. No, I'm kidding. I will always choose the man over the bear, unless it's a black man. Then I'll choose the bear over black man. But it's okay. But thank you though. I think you think it's great for the $5 dues. I know this is random. I may go fight in Iran. Long live the king. Why would you do that? Like, okay. Maybe this is unpopular opinion because I know like Asmongold is trying to promote this shit, but I don't give a flying fuck about Iran. I do not give a flying fuck what happens in the sandbox, okay? That is another third world shithole in the middle fucking east filled with Muslims. And I've heard, okay, it's actually Persia, they're actually Christian. You know, I heard that they're actually really secular. I heard what happened in the 70s, Iran-Contra, all this other different stuff. I still don't care. I still don't care if Iran is actually secretly based out of all the Muslim countries. There's still a Muslim country in the Middle East and not my problem. The only countries I care about is America first and foremost, and then the rest of the Western world. And the Western world only means Europe, and including Eastern Europe, but mostly Western, Canada and Australia, and I guess New Zealand. Like, and okay, then we can throw Japan in as the honorary Aryan. Suppose they have anime, and well, obviously anime is pretty based. So that's it, right? That is it. That's really all I care about. And the further you get away from America, the less I actually care about it. I literally could not give a flying fuck what happens in Iran. I don't care if they're trying to overthrow a evil Muslim regime or theocracy or dictator. Okay, so what? Every single third world shithole seems to have a dictator, whether it's communist or not, Muslim or not. They're all shitholes at the end of the day. I really don't care what happens in Iran. I will care what happens in Iran if we actually get involved. And if we start getting involved, like actually sending troops in, for whatever reason it is, I'll start caring. Because unlike Venezuela, hippity hoppity, your president is now our property, haha, funny joke, and we just take him away, and you know, it's fun's over. Actually sending troops on the ground is a whole different fucking story in my book. Right? Or like Keir Starmer or annexing Greenland. Like, at least that's within our hemisphere, that's within the Western world, in the case of the Keir Starmer joke, half joke. It's not a joke. I really want Keir Starmer gone. Like, this is about Iran, a Middle Eastern country. Why would you? No offense to you. No offense to you, dear chatter. Okay, you do you if you want with your life. But why would you want to go fight for a Muslim country? That I know the art ho, well, that was like smoking her cigarette and burning the picture of the leader there is really hot. I get it. Fun fact, by the way, that's a really old picture from a few years ago from a different time period. Fun fact, by the way, that's not recent. Anyway, like, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. No, like, I care more about the home front. I care about more about America. I care more about what's happening in Minnesota as we're losing one of our cities to leftists and Somalians. Like, I'm not one that's going to sacrifice Minnesota because people say it's cooked. Okay, I don't care if it's always been a leftist hellhole. It's still part of America. It's been part of America for like over 100 years now, plus more if you, depending on how you go about like when it became a state and versus land and blah, blah, anyway. Like, that's America. That's first and foremost. I care more what's happening here than some fucking third world backwater Muslim shithole. Ugh. Ugh. Sorry. It just annoys me because like I've been seeing like Asmongold talk about how like people need to talk about Iran and you know mainstream media is not talking about this and blah 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 blah. And like normally I'm down for stories that mainstream media doesn't talk about because they like to cover so much shit they like to cover so much shit up and throw it under the rug. But it's a Muslim third world shithole. I'll care about it when Trump actually gets more directly involved because that means we're getting more directly involved as America. But for now, don't care. I think you think it's great for another $5 reduce. The third worlders and Islamic communists need to behave. They do, and the best way to do so is with force, because we have the big stick. I thank you for another $10 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I didn't know you were this based. Yes, I do have to hide my power level when I'm on V's streams for Under the Bridge. He's very, and, yeah. Yeah. Sometimes VODs are only on Kick and Rumble for a reason. Well, let's just say this. I kind of really don't care that much about... Yeah, anyway. So, yeah. I have very strong opinions. But thank you, though. But friendly reminder, though, women can't be based. It goes against their natural biological factors. Women literally cannot be based. So, I appreciate the compliment, but it's not true. Ah. And apparently, Minneapolis Police Council can't be based either, seeing that their chief, Brian O'Hara, who defended anti-ICE riders, got chased and attacked by rioters as well. Also last night. Maybe that's why they decided to leave. What in the sloppiness is that? La migra, la policia, la misma? Port, what? The port. I know these are police and it's not ICE, but if ICE was here, just handcuff her and throw her and behind bars and then send her on the next plane the next day. If you are speaking sloppinish, you're clearly brown and you're a woman and you don't belong here in America and you're protesting against actual ICE and immigration and everything like that. Like literally everything about you is anti-American. You clearly don't support America. You did not move here to actually assimilate. You don't give a shit. You're just another leech, a parasite. Just get out of here. Get out of here. I see a sloppiness sign like that. I would have put you in handcuffs and not in the kinky fucking way. Holy shit. Okay, this leads into the video that we just watched. Okay. My bad, chat. I didn't pre-watch any of this stuff. I have so many clips. This leads into the one that we just watched. Just a little bit more beforehand. Okay. And then they're apparently think they know the hotel that ICE is staying at. So they've been crowding this one particular hotel thinking ICE is staying here. Don't know if that's actually true or not. But like, look at this fucking shit. Look at this. This is so many fucking people just crowding this street. I wish they could actually, you know, have decent songs. At least play a good song. Can we get some Green Day, some Fall Out Boy, you know, some sort of like early 2000s emo shit going on here, you know? If you're gonna be like true leftist protesters, you gotta get the Green Day songs, you know, like let's get some American Idiot. You know, I remember going to a Green Day concert when I was in high school, during Trump's first term, and like halfway through the concert, Billy Joel started chanting, no, fuck, what was it? No Trump, no USA, no KKK, no fascist USA. And I just stood there like, man, can you just play the damn songs? But you know, like relive your heroes here. If you're gonna be playing some awful music. Okay, now we got some good music going. You know, if more protests were like that, I would be actually more more supportive of them. Instead of the clanking of the medals and shit. And the gay fucking bags in the background. And now we're back to the fucking tuba. Did she literally get a mixing bowl out of her cupboard for this? I'm surprised she even has a mixing bowl. Women can't cook these days. Man, they really think they're doing something, man. They they really think they're actually doing something here. Which, in a way, they kind of are, right? If this is actually where the hotel where Ice is staying at, and they're staying up late, making noise, and not letting them sleep, that's, you know, that is causing disturbance in the force. Apparently they're not actually staying here, according to Nick Sorter, and he's really good at getting information, but I guess that's what happens when you're big and have connections and work for Timcast and shit. But at least they're trying, right? You know, they really think that they're Marvel superheroes. They're defeating the evil fascist Nazis of ICE by making them not sleep. Truly useful idiots, they have no other use at all. 100%. Like, they would be so much happier if they just actually went home, went to bed, played some video games, watched some TV, you know, like, you know, slept, got a good full night's sleep themselves. And the thing is, their lives would improve without the Somalians in Minneapolis. The Somalians have been nothing but a net negative through and through. Not just for everyone's tax-paying dollars, but for the actual city of Minneapolis, well, the Twin Cities in general. 100%. And all of a sudden, traffic would decrease. Expenses would decrease, both in housing costs and groceries. Like, all of a sudden, things would be peaceful. The crime rates would drop significantly, too. And it would only take like a few months or however long it would be to actually to get rid of all the Somalians. And then they would wake up one day and be like, man, life is so much better. And the worst part is about the whole entire scenario is that they are too dumb. There's too much cognitive dissonance between them. They actually realize the fact that the reason why their life is so much better is because the Somalians are gone. And then from making noise outside it and chasing the police off, then they decided to actually raid the hotel. Whatever classic songs play in the background makes me very, very upset because that reminds me of some sort of like toy that I had as a kid. And I don't even remember what kind of toy it was, but I used to play these classic songs like that, and they like actual classical songs. And like it's a really pretty song, and I don't know what it's called because I don't know classical music out the top of my head. And that's just in the background there, being like dun da da dun da 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 dun da da dun da da dun. And meanwhile, they're screeching and crying and yelling and making all this disjointed noise and stuff like that. And then the pretty songs in the background, and I'm just like, they don't have the class. They don't have the class for that song to be playing. Release? Ooh, I really like it. I really like that. I'm not gonna remember that song title because I'm retarded, but I really like it a lot. Hire me, I could sleep through this. Thank you for the $2 crowder crawler. Well, then, looks like we have a job for you then. Man, just let me enjoy the song.
Guys, we're already this close. Keep fucking pushing.
Why does she have a jug of water, by the way? And she's trying to hold it over everyone's head, so she's not actually gonna be spilling it. Is she planning on, like, throwing this onto the ICE officers? Is it actually not water by chance? Like, that's just so weird that she just has a jug of water there. And she's just, like, trying not to spill it as much as possible. Unless she's, like, saving it for herself. So she's protesting, but, like, I don't know. Something just seems weird and off there. Vinegar, maybe? Or bleach? Maybe. Ooh, if it's bleach. Ooh, that's gonna be bad. Oof. Seeing that nobody's crying in pain, I'm assuming it's not gonna be acid or bleach, over the case is, but it's still unpleasant. And if clearly she lost the cap somewhere. Like, what are you doing, lady? Like, okay, here's the other thing, right? So the reason why I was kind of leaning towards more of the water argument, because she's a white woman, and white women aren't really that violent, all that worthwhile, right? Like, black women are significantly more violent than white women by a fucking long shot. And she's young. I have to probably look at her face again. I know it popped up briefly there, right? But let's say she's somewhere in her 20s. Okay, this girl should be at home, married with like 2 or 3 kids already, and cooking dinner for her husband and her kids, or actually seeing how late it is. She'd probably already have the kids in bed and watching TV with said husband. And she would be so much happier than trying to invade this hotel that does not actually have ice and weirdly holding a water jug that may or may not actually have water in there and spilling it all over the fucking place. Imagine the fucking smell. Imagine all the dirt and crime and God knows what other diseases are being spread during this hot fucking mess. And instead, this girl, somewhere in her 20s, is wasting her time here instead of married with kids, where she'd be so much happier. And instead, she's trying to defend Somalians who are having kids, multiple kids, who are literally stealing her taxpayers at tax dollars as she works for a Jew daycare. Jesus Christ, it's so fucking sad seeing the state of society these days. This is not how it should be at all. Now she puts the hair up. Oh no, she's serious. Why would you waste your time with this shit? Not at all. And then keep in mind, once again, these people are protesting because of that woman who got shot by ICE because she was trying to hit ICE. But the reason why she herself were protesting was for these Somalians who are just rushing ICE agents. In St. Cloud, Minnesota, I don't know where the fuck that's at. Oh, I'm here. And like I said, like 2 minutes ago about the Somalians having kids. I think one of the many irritating things about the Somalian fraud, and it's not simply just the daycare fraud. It's not simply just the Medicaid fraud. It's not simply the election fraud with it. They're also doing, fun fact, single mother fraud as well. because Somalians, a lot of people forget, are actually Muslims. And in Islam, you can have multiple lives. And so what they do is they marry their wives through Islam. They're the imam, which is not actually a legal marriage. It is just a religious marriage, but it's not actually recognized under law. And so they keep having kids with their wives, and so therefore they can be single mothers and get the tax benefits and the welfare programs for being a single mother. Also by running daycares too. So they're getting multiple income sources from your tax-paying dollars simply by existing. They're literally being paid to be there. And exists within the society essentially. To leech off your tax-paying dollars. 100%. Like, it's just like, and meanwhile, you know, if you go into like a white society, in the white America, you have people working honest to God jobs, nice 7 to 6, because let's be honest, by the time you wake up and get dressed and drive to work, and then you have to drive all the way back home again, it's like a good 9 to 10 hour shift you're spending right there. And you have to have both your wife or your girlfriend also working, and you're both tired there just to try to pay the bills. And you can't afford jack shit as everything's getting more and more expensive. And you can't have kids because you look at the financial cost of it, and you don't want to be a welfare leech because you actually have morals and standards in your life. And plus there's also the birth control and SRIs and everything else that goes into it too. But and there's all these different things in the way to block you as a white man in a white society from having kids, as you and your girlfriend's tax dollars are funding people who legitimately hate you. They have 6 kids to feed off the welfare program, multiple welfare programs, because they don't actually give a shit. So, ugh. And then, they're taking advantage of the situation with the ICE protests, just a swarm of ICE. With their Star Wars language! Atta, 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 atta! Is it late enough in the stream that I can say that they sound like monkeys? They literally sound like monkeys sipping out. And I mean, ICE is there. ICE is there instead of being swarmed by them. Which, granted, I agree they do actually need National Guard support. But instead of being swarmed by them, use that pepper spray and put them in handcuffs. They're Somali and they're speaking whatever foreign monkey language that they're coming from, chimping out like this. And, probably minutes away from actually attacking them. And they're like a horde of fucking zombies here. And it's just like, okay, so then start arresting them. They're foreigners. They don't belong here. They have Somaliland and Somalia after all. And they're committing on the fraud. Every single Somalian is part of the fraud program, by the way. Every single one of them. 90% of all the felony fraud cases since 2022 have been Somalian. From Minnesota, more specifically. This is a community group effort. They know exactly what they're doing. They're all in it together. Because everybody is a blood and soil nationalist for their own people except for whites. Everyone is tribal except for whites. And whites need to tribalize as well, or else they'll be overrun by Somalian fraudsters just like this. And we can clearly see by these videos that the left is more than happy to do it. Alright, and there's plenty of white saviors willing to die for the Somalians that hate them. Tribalization will always happen no matter where you're at. You just actually have to do it from racial lines and realize that, hey, yeah, these Somalians that are here to rape and pillage and are raping and pillaging some more actually hate you because you're white and you're delusional and he has suicidal empathy. So you need to stand together and actually fight against them properly. Or you could just show up with your babies as well. That also works, apparently.
Hate what's happening to it with people who frankly aren't from here coming in and telling us who should be here, and when it comes down to loving my neighbor, I'm just gonna love my neighbor.
Oh, people who are not from here are telling me who should and who shouldn't be here, huh? People who are, my god, cognitive dissonance in women. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. I don't think she realizes the irony of that statement at all. At fucking all. Like, I think as an American, as a white American who has family since at least the Civil War, okay? Like, I think I can decide as an American who we allow into America, okay? Like, I personally am all for nobody into America, no matter where you're fucking from at this point. I'm for a full moratorium of immigration for the next 15 to 20 years as we figure shit out and kick the illegals and the legals out here. But as an American, I have more right to say if Somalians come here, no matter where they're at, and whether that be Minnesota, or Ohio, or Maine, or whatever the case that they're at, who are stealing my tax-paying dollars, because they are. They are actually stealing my tax-paying dollars, because unlike this bitch, I mean, well, actually, she probably does. You know, I have a job. Right? Like, I've paid my taxes. I literally just paid my taxes literally 2 days ago. Like, for this shit. And as I was paying them, I was lamenting to my sister, because she was helping me figure it out, about being like, hey, yeah, I don't want to pay this shit, because I know this is going to some fucking Somalians. And this bitch, right here, has the audacity telling me that I can't decide who actually comes to Minnesota, because I'm not a Minnesotan? But you're more than okay with letting third world Somalians that rape and pillage and actually hate your guts and would happily kill you in a heartbeat? Whether or not you're totally okay with them coming in just because they're brown and you see them as victims? Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. Like, holy shit. Because the thing is, like, a lot of this focus has been on the Somalian fraud, right? Because Nick Shirley's video, like, showing how bad the fraud is. And so, you know, a lot of people talk about, like, Indians and the H-1Bs, or Mexicans and the drug cartels, right? But a lot of people forget and to talk about the Somalians, so they are rapists, too. Like, Somalians are rapists. They are Muslims, and they are horrible fucking Muslims. They have participated in multiple rape gangs here in America and in Britain as well. And they do it all the fucking time. Like, that's just simply what they do. And they murder on ridiculously high basis as well. Is their main problem fraud? Their main focus fraud? Yes, we could make the argument that their fraud is definitely a little bit more focused than the other groups. At least that we're aware of. But it seems like every other month we find a new scam that some third world immigrants are doing. Like it wasn't last December because, you know, it's 2026 now. But in 2024, Vivek and Elon Musk had that Christmas crash out over H-1Bs. And that's when a lot of people found out what an H-1B visa was. In this case, we had Haitians eating the cats and the dogs. And there are Haitians being imported into Indiana by Catholic charities in Evansville. That's going on right now, because, well, they're just as Catholic, they're Catholics too, we had to let everybody in. Oh my god. You know, we already know that Mexicans like to work under the table at a Home Depot. And they obviously have their sex trafficking and drug cartels. Each immigrant group seems to kind of have one main focus that a lot of people lambast them on, but a lot of these third worlders are all roughly the same. They all are very rapey, very murdery, and very druggy, and very fraudy. They're all fucking degenerate, awful beings that come here to rape and pillage, and it's that simple, and they all need to go. All need to fucking go. Literal pirates, yes, yes. We only got 9 seconds in before I started ranting again because she's just so fucking stupid.
So. You have a little peanut with you.
I do. This is Lola.
Lola, and why was it important for you to bring her?
Just to feel the energy of love and community, and to
love and community, as Christy Gnome as a South Park is all saggy and falling to pieces in the background here. They're chasing police, out of here. This is, I think, today. I try to keep these relatively in order from what happened yesterday versus what happened today for the most part. Um, in this case, so they try to, they try to invade the hotel where they thought ICE was staying at and made a shit ton of noise, and they're attacking them. Love and energy, yes. Also, why would you bring your kid to a protest? I don't care how peaceful it's supposed to be. You should not bring your kid, especially a baby, to a protest like this. You never know what might break out. When you get a large crowd of people together, all it takes is one spark and you have a fucking fire. And the next thing you know, you put you and your baby's life at risk. I mean, speaking of women and children here, and Renee Good being the poor innocent mother with those stuffed animals in their car, and she didn't do nothing as if she was black. She had a kid as well, and she died by protesting. Because she did a bit more than protesting, but that's the narrative here. Why would you put your life at risk? Why would you put your baby's life at risk? Also, it's Minnesota in fucking winter. It is January. You can clearly see the snow in the background. They're all bundled up. Why would you risk you or your kid getting cold? Like, this is all completely selfish. Completely 100% selfish what she's doing here, sacrificing her and her kid. All for some moral justification and cause for some third world immigrants that would happily rape her and kill her in a heartbeat. Like, where's the husband in this? Where is the man in the relationship to slap her and bring her to her senses? Like, seriously, put women back in the kitchen. Women should not have rights. She's using her human baby as a human shield. Disgusting. Yes, exactly. She's doing this on purpose. Ugh. Oh, thank you, C. James J88 for the 50 warp tokens. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, my dude. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Shell Beach, for the $5 reduce. Thank you. Thank you. There's an old vertical politics video called The Trifecta of Liberal Neurosis that explains these people better than anything I've ever heard. Ooh, I might have to check that out then. Thank you for that information. I'm not very smart, so I don't know how to, like, articulate very fine sentences together. So having somebody smarter than me be able to do so would be greatly appreciated. Well, thank you, Beastly, for the $10 reviews over on Ko-Fi. Thank you, my dude. I greatly appreciate. Ko-Fi is, well, I guess Kick and then Ko-Fi are the best places. And it's just a bunch of gorilla emotes. Just a bunch of gorilla emotes. I think gorillas are actually more peaceful and more civilized than Somalians are. I know it's a pretty low bar, and I know gorillas can be pretty aggressive, but I still think they're actually better than Somalians.
Show people that I'm not going to let someone else intimidate me to live in a city that doesn't represent what I want it to represent. I want to be able to bring her in a place where people are saying we love our neighbors.
We love our neighbors that are stealing our tax dollars and raping. Okay, cool.
I grew up here. It's known as a very welcoming place. Can you believe your eyes? Can you believe what you're seeing happening on our streets?
I mean, no, and also I have to, because if I don't believe it, I'm not going to take action, and I think it's important to stand up for what's right and show up the way that I would want someone to show up for me.
It's amazing. And what's your name?
I'm Molly.
Molly. Thank you, Molly. Thank you.
Disgusting.
All right, as you see, that was just one protester speaking out on why she decided to show up today as well. And so I want to continue to let you know that we'll keep our eyes on some of these live vantage points here on Live Now from Fox and listen in from time to time. In the meantime, we do know that it was earlier today that different Democratic officials and lawmakers came to Minneapolis to go to a federal building hoping to get inside this ICE detention facility. They say that they were able to make it in briefly before they were ultimately denied entry. Want to listen in to some of those comments here on Live Now from Fox.
Human decency that respects human rights and that is not about secrecy and abuse. I made a plea to the commanding officers after they had removed us from the area that they're
that's a shame that cut off. I want to listen to the woman justify her actions for being suicidal. Oh my god, I still have so many more tabs. I know I grabbed a lot of tabs, but I'm like, wait, hold on a second. I thought we'd be like a bit closer to the end, and we are not a bit closer to the end. So I'm gonna skip some of these videos here because there's so many of them. But my favorite one by far is this fucking whale being absolutely grand slammed. This is probably one of my favorite ones out of the whole entire deal. She's like 300 fucking pounds, okay? And they are thoroughly enjoying this. Takes like a bunch of fucking men to try to get her up. I mean, oh my gosh, she's so fucking fat. Jesus Christ. I know I said earlier I don't disparage people based off their looks, but when you're fat, you have no excuse. All you need to do is just lose weight. There are so many beautiful women under thousands of pounds of fat. They just need to fucking lose it. And she refuses. And here she is being slammed by against the car by two men in uniform who are very muscular and very much in shape, and she is smiling. She is smiling. She is thoroughly enjoying this. Because fun fact, chat, every woman's dream is to be pinned down by a strong man in uniform. And I'm not exaggerating, okay? About 80% of women have a rape fetish, roughly. And that's not a fake statistic. I'm not pulling it out of my ass. It's legit. It's legit. And yes, I'm one of those 80%, and I am proud. In this case. Like, all women want to be dominated. It's just one of their biological urges to be bred. And no matter how fat they are, no matter how much they're hopped on SSRIs, you know, there's a reason why the milking farm, the breeding clinic that gets passed around all those smut books that people talk about, as women are like, ew, porn's so disgusting, and they go ahead and read their monster fantasies. Yeah, this is the exact targeted demographic here. Fat fucking women who are not getting a strong enough man to actually lift her up because she is 300 pounds. She can still get laid, and I'll probably be some twink that's like 100 pounds himself, who's absolutely stick thin and desperate. But it's not actually the true manly man, that beast. That thing that just pins her down and fucks her raw, and without a care in the world that she actually secretly desires. But she's getting that action with the ICE men, though, 100%. They're big, strong men. You know, it takes two of them to lift her because she's so fucking fat, but that's double the fun. That's double the fun, and they're pinning her down against the car, and you can see that smile. You can see that chubby little smile as she's living her fucking fantasy. Oh, she is thoroughly enjoying this. Is that a mall in the photo? Fuck, you got me. And she is still smiling. She is still smiling through that. And she's kind of losing that smile ever so slightly, but she is still enjoying that. That's not a face of pain, that's a face of ooh. Until she actually gets the handcuffs on her. And she gets pinned down, face down, ass not really up, but face down, and a man's behind her. She's finally getting some action. Like I said, this is why it's my favorite video of them all, because it's so blatantly obvious that she enjoys it. That goddamn smile. That goddamn smile. It might be hard for you guys to see it on stream. I have a closer up photo, just in case you doubt me. Just in case you doubt me, chat. Do I have any N-words? Not yet. For some reason, Twitter fucking does this shit every once in a blue moon. But just like, you could, a little bit more of a close-up there. That is an O face. That is an enjoyment face right there. And if you still doubt me, another woman also agrees that these women are obviously living out of a fantasy. They all look smitten. I should write an Ice Agent smut book and strike the market while the iron is hot. Yes, it would probably sell like fucking hotcakes. This art hoe who is, protesting against the evil fascist Nazi government, who hates her life and hates her dead-end job and everything like that, but feels like she's fulfilling, filling her life by trying to protect these third world immigrants who are just little innocent babies because she didn't have any kids of her own. And then all of a sudden, this evil Nazi fascist you know, pins her up against the wall someday, and she's like, oh. And then he realizes how much he enjoys it, and she slowly turns him from less than a fascist, but he's still strong and muscular. Because, you know, of course he still is, even though left-wing men aren't strong and muscular. But for the fantasy he is, and she slowly converts him over from his ordeals. Liberal man and ice agent body. Yes. Oh my fucking god. There's a whole ass Reddit thread out there. There's a whole ass Reddit thread out there of like women simping over MAGA men, essentially being like, is it bad that I have fantasies about MAGA men? It's just they're just so much hotter for some reason. They're just so much stronger. I just want a liberal man in a conservative body. Like they once again the cognitive dissonance is just so fucking strong with them that they want a conservative man. They want the strength. They want the rock. They want the dependability of them. Right? They want to be taken care of and they want to be pinned down. But I really want to stay in Jew daycare. Just because I want to be the strong, independent girl boss that I am. Amal, stop projecting your own fantasy. Listen. No. At least I'm honest that I want a strong man in a uniform to pin me down and rape me, okay? You're not gonna see me in an ICE protest, though, so I get manhandled like this, okay? You know, I'm not gonna do that. I'm honest about my desires. I don't read the monster porn on my own volition, only when a man twice my fucking age pays me to and holds me hostage, for his show, as I'm his little, because he pimps me out. But, like, on my own volition, I don't, okay? I'm fully honest about my fetishes here. Hassan, a liberal brain and a MAGA body. Well, he's not even a MAGA body anymore, because he takes testosterone. He took so many steroids for so long that he has to take testosterone replacement therapy. And so, like, his body's all, like, weirdly shaped now. His head's so tiny, and he's like some sort of, like, hunchback. It's disgusting. Like, 10 years ago, he was relatively attractive. Yeah, crucify me. I know he's brown, blah, 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 blah. But okay, listen, like, okay. Like, but now he's just disgusting. Ugh. It's like a golf ball. And once again, we love the Stein because every single time, you know, every single Stein after all, you know, massive crowds of anti-S protesters in Minneapolis, Minnesota as we speak. The tide is turning. America is fed up. Meanwhile, you're taking an example of a leftist hellhole. Minnesota has been blue for far too long. Like, I love this tweet here, that there were signs. That there were signs. 1984, and Minnesota was the only one voting blue. Apparently, the Democrat who ran during that time period was actually from that state, so there's that. But, like, this is actually one of those cases where I say they got what they voted for. Usually, I'm not a fan of the argument, that they voted for these policies, especially when it applies to women. In this case, but Minnesota is going to be the exception at this rate. Anyways, where was that massive protest from every single Stein? I have too many tabs! Americans should be fighting back against what's happening in this country. Having mass secret police shooting people, breaking into homes and cars is not normal. It is if you're not supposed to be here. Remember, though, to stay 100% peaceful and avoid violence at all costs. They want violence in order to send the military in. Once again, every single Stein obfuscating and lying and twisting through his words and doing a massive fucking dog whistle. All again, it's like the third time this stream. Or at least third tweet at this point. He's talking about how America is fed up, mass secret police shooting people, breaking into homes and cars, how it's not normal, but you gotta stay peaceful. You gotta stay peaceful, you know. Be the good guy.
Instagram post that went out and a social media post that went out by the Minnesota Immigrant Rights Action Committee. Their post said ICE are behind it.
Okay, 1 second check. I'll be right back. 2 minutes. Adios. Sorry about that, chat. Sorry about that, chat. Here's a better video of what happened. I just want to show the sign. I'm not sure why there's no audio this time. I guess it's just an aerial drone view. Look at all those paid protesters. I disagree. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm sure there's probably some paid protesters in there. Like for example, the Renee Good, the woman who got shot and her dyke wife. They probably were getting paid in kickbacks and different things like that. And I definitely know there are paid protesters. It's been proven time and time again thanks to George Soros. Where pallets of bricks would show up right the night before riots and food and different stuff like that. So there definitely are getting funding. There's definitely are paid protesters. But it's not all of them. I doubt it's actually all of them here. There's going to be some actual true believers in the midst, and there's going to be people who actually think that what they're doing is right and just. Or just join in because it's something to do on a Saturday because they're bored, or they can because they, you know, they want to support or they want to check it out, whatever the case is. Plus, as we've kind of briefly discussed, Minnesota is a significantly left-wing shithole. I call it a shithole, but it was paradise. Like, I think it was in the 60s or the 70s or 80s. I guess it's a wide range of decades I just gave right there. But it was like, it was 98% white until relatively recently. It was one of like the whitest states in America for a very long time. Which is why they started importing so many Somalians there. In the first place. And just like any Scandinavian settlement, they live in paradise. And have a great state. And thanks to suicidal empathy, they give it all away. Because of their lack of diversity, they don't realize that not everyone's equal. And so they think that those Somalian neighbors that don't speak a lick of English and look at them with the blank stares with a 68 IQ are just as equal as them because they never actually interacted with them. Somalians stay in their little ghettos and leech out the taxpayer. You know, they do the occasional rape from time to time. But, you know, so there's bad apples in every group. It's no big deal. I stay in their little insular communities, and until they actually wake up and actually realize what's happening to them, well, you know, not everyone will wake up and realize what's happening to them. They will keep on voting the way they're voting for. This is basically what Minneapolis is known for now, screeching to defend criminals, yes. Was it like fully Nordic until a few decades ago? Yes. Yes. Like there are actual legit true believers in the mix for this. They're not all paid. There's gonna be in the beginning there are gonna be paid protesters to start it. But once people get word of what's happening, they're going to join it. And well, here we are. So I also think the NPCs do it for free 100%. Once again, before I disappeared for 2 minutes, remember, this is what they voted for in 1984. Every single state was red, except for Minnesota. It might actually be a lost cause. I don't even really like saying that, because, like, I do want to reclaim Minnesota from the Somalians. You know, I don't want to give them up, that kind of deal. A lot of people say that they, you know, in the case of, like, Europe, right, that they voted for the immigration. Well, at least in the case of Britain, more specifically, I can't exactly verify for the other European countries. But they voted every single time for less immigration. They don't actually want more immigration. They don't want the third world coming in. And there's been multiple countries, especially in the past, like, 25 years alone, that have voted once again for less immigration as possible. In this case. And it's not really what they voted for in the case of Europe. I don't really like that argument. Same with women, specifically white women. A lot of people want to blame white women for all the problems when statistically they actually align more conservatively. They go wherever the white men go. And they're least likely the race mix as well, even statistically. I know there's all this propaganda for them, the race mix. Thanks to ads and shit like that. But actually white women are least likely the race mix. As well. So, like, they generally are more conservative overall, but they will go, like all women do, they will go wherever power is at, and whoever holds that power and that strength, and it's supposed to be the men. And if men are too weak, or they don't have the power, and it's just daddy government instead, and they're being fucked up by SSRIs and birth control, then they're gonna be floating in the opposite direction. So in the case of Minnesota, though, I don't think that actually applies. It's the one exception to the rule. Yeah, white women race mix even less than men, which is absolutely insane considering all the propaganda aimed at them. Yes. Yes, remember white men in chat who likes their Asians? You go, listen, the anime waifu doesn't actually look like the anime waifu in real life, by the way. But yes, white women are actually more likely, less likely than race mix, and even you in chat. So white women are bleeding hearts and slime is taken advantage of? Yes. Like, they don't have kids. All they have is their pets. They don't have husbands or boyfriends. All they have is daddy government. They're gonna go where the wind blows. Women are followers, 100%. And so they're going to just do what they're told because they're a woman. They are subservient at the end of the day. I mean, hell, even the fucking bitch that got shot in the face for hitting the ICE officer, she was, you know, she was following her dyke wife's orders. She was the submissive one in the relationship. She was the man, the other one is the man of the relationship. She admits it herself that it was her fault that she convinced her to go there. She actually had a husband until she died, and she had kids with him. Like, she clearly fell in some sort of trap there with everything going on. She was actually normal for some time period, or at least relatively normal. And then somewhere along the lines, she met this woman and ruined her fucking life, and now she's fucking dead. Is she a complete victim? No. She does deserve to die. I mean, after all, you ram somebody with your fucking car, after all. That's attempted murder. In this case. But once again, like, women are submissive. They're going to follow whoever's a masculine role in their life. And for the woman driving the car, it's this bitch. And for this bitch, it's whatever NGO, Soros, whatever she finds online from daddy government or her cult group to tell her to keep on, you know, doing this shit in the first place. So, like, a lot of people want to focus on white women And it's just it's not fair. I get when you see these protest videos, and we've been, you know, watching a decent amount of them throughout stream. Sorry, I'm going through all my different tabs now and stuff like that. You see that. But remember, Minnesota is still majority white, even with the Somalian population, so there's going to be a bias there. And for that case, in the case of Minnesota, and you're still going to see some white women protesting in other, you know, states too, like in New York and California, but it's the vast majority going to be brown women, even statistically. A lot of people want to blame women for voting for Mamdani in New York City, but if you look at the statistics there, it's all the brown whites. Yes, some white women did vote for Mamdani. Yes, they did, but overwhelmingly it was foreigners that voted for Mamdani, as in general, not women. White women are loyal to white men, but it requires white men actually standing up and sticking for themselves. And even though they're not really doing a good job of that at the moment, well, white men are getting better, especially the past few years. They still generally are going to follow that. They're just, whatever you say, whatever you do in the relationship, they'll follow you. If you are masculine enough, like, well. And they deep down, they really do want a masculine man to pin them down and tell them what to do. All you need to do is do it. So, white liberal women don't program themselves. Yes, it's also they're completely poisoned too by society from birth until death. They're told they have to be strong girl bosses and to hate men because of the patriarchy and rape culture. Because feminism is still heavily promoted to this day. I mean, look at this fucking shit in Target. Where there's this recent ad campaign in Target for this new sweater that say "dump him." Like this, and it's some fat, overweight, mixed woman here, with this shit. This is being pushed at them on all fucking angles. And you got this like little mat. It's a beautiful day to hate men, or men's tears and shit. Like this might be some Etsy products and stuff like that, but it's also it could be real, seeing that this is in fucking Target. Like there's all this propaganda to hate men, to hate romance, to be the girl boss, to go to college, you know, to, you know, not have kids. Kids are literal parasites. Go get that abortion, go sleep around, go take the birth control pill, go on Tinder, all this different stuff. And that makes them deeply unhappy. Then they go on antidepressants and it fucks them up even more. And yes, white women are absolute victims. And even still, by being victims of society with all this fucking propaganda shoved down their throat, still statistically, they are more loyal to white men and white people in general than the brown whites are. So don't forget that no matter how much the black pill seems to go, no matter how many videos you see of these white women talking about how they feel kind of wrong for paying respects to Renee Good because she was a white woman who was privileged, okay? Or this lady taking her kids 3 and 5 about the ICE shooting and stuff like that. This is all black pills to propagandize you to make you feel bad about white women and make you want to race mix when you should never fucking race mix. And or if you don't decide to race mix, to basically give up on finding women in general. White women are more loyal to you than you think and what you want to believe. But it also requires some understanding for what's happening, too. Being a victim of propaganda doesn't make you innocent? No. It doesn't, especially in the case of Renee Good. I mean, I'm not sympathizing with her for, you know, resisting arrests, impeding ICE, and hitting the guy. She does deserve to get shot. I'm not going to sympathize for her just because she's a white woman, in this case. But I'm talking about white women in general when they're protesting. Because a lot of people, I see during this whole discourse with Renee Good, a lot of people are blaming white women for all the problems, when in reality it's the people at top. Because who are the people that injected feminism into the culture in the first place? Okay, it was the USSR. Okay, because equality under communism, which meant feminism is just communism for women, and that fucking socialist bullshit fucking spread into the West like the parasite that it is. And thanks to the Civil Rights Act that was passed, and the civil rights movements just in general throughout the past 100 years that were organized and paid for by men. Okay, men were the one legislating and bringing this into law. Vast majority of women didn't actually want to be equal. and actually protest against feminism, even during the 60s. They didn't want all these responsibilities. They wanted to stay homemakers. There was only a few women that actually did protest for it, in that case. So, and it's just been a long fucking slide since, a long slippery slide since, with that case, as propaganda has ramped up more and more, like the credit cards, birth control, college, and now here we are. Here we are with Dump Him and Men's Tears in this case. Like, it's women aren't a lost cause. White women aren't a lost cause at all. And, you know, don't black pill, don't give up, don't doom, because some fucking crazy Minnesotan women, who are gonna be probably one of the more left-leaning ones out of them all, are, you know, doing this fucking shit. So... Never give up. There's plenty of good women out there. They're just quieter. Yes, like you're not gonna find a conservative woman at an ICE protest, for example, right? Like, you're not gonna find her there. If a woman's at an ICE protest, then like she's already probably a little bit of a lost cause. So you're gonna have to look elsewhere for that. She's not gonna be on Tinder either. 90% of women didn't want the vote. Yes, agreed. I would happily give up my right to vote. I would vote to give up my right to vote, 100%. So, thank you, Crowder Crowler, for the $1 review. Thank you. That grouping is perfect for a MOAB. Oh, no. No. There we go. And then thank you, Shell Beach, for the $2 reviews. Thank you. It's on YouTube. It's only 4 minutes. Check it out. Okay. Alright, that video recommended. Eventually we can pretty much some of them. I mean, we already kind of are. There's this activist group. I forget what they're called in Britain. But it's like Women for Immigration or something like that. Something along those lines. Who are promoting that. Apparently there are some other women in Europe who are promoting immigration as well. Or maybe that's also in Britain. I can't exactly remember off the top of my head. Like, there's already women trying to, like, push to the right as well. Just in general, as the winds are changing. Well, that's genuine or grifting, that's going to be a bit more of a difficult question to ask depending on the situation. But women will follow. It just requires men to push in that direction and let them know that it's safe to do so. I'm in Texas and the woman here are every bit as insane as the one in Minnesota. Yes, even the Republican ones. They're all feminists first. We need to be honest if it's going to be changed. That is true. This is why I said earlier that, you know, women can't actually be based. It's not a joke. It's actually true. Because women will always put their priorities first. They will always put themselves first. They are very selfish creatures. And you're probably thinking, yo, that's disgusting, that's evil. But in reality, this is naturally how women are. It's part of biology. They are the weaker sex. There's a reason why people, they always lump women and children together. So, like... they are going to always look out for themselves first because they have to if they're going to survive, if they don't actually have a man defending themselves. So, like, and if they think that something's going to be advantageous to them, then they're going to, well, vote for that. So the thing to do is just to remove their right to vote. They will always vote for their demise. Especially when you have a society that doesn't have children. This is another big factor that I feel like doesn't get talked a lot. Is the fact that without them having children, their desire to protect and nurture gets shifted onto something else. We like to joke about them being crazy cat ladies and everything like that. But that is just a symptom or expression of that desire to nurture and take care of something that's supposed to be a kid, that they weren't actually able to do so because they don't actually have kids themselves. Or in the case of these different protests happening in Minnesota, for the Somalians, it's just the poor brownoids because they see them as their little pets, see them as, you know, disadvantaged little children that just need help and care for, no matter if they're gonna rape them the next day. So, like, it's important to remember that women literally are children. They can't really think for themselves. They can't think that far ahead. And they are going to be selfish at the end of the day. So you have to take away their toys, put them in timeout, and tell them no. And if they act up, then you beat them. It's really that simple. And it might sound annoying. It might sound, you know, like... you know, like a pain in the fucking ass, and be like, wow, if that's how women are, then I don't want to be with them. But it's not like women don't have a positive either. Like, they're this way for a reason. They're supposed to raise children because they understand children. They empathize with children. They don't have the biological desire to fucking kill the baby when it starts screaming. Most of the time. Well, most of the time. Sid's is a different story. In that case. There's a reason why they yap so much. It's because they're supposed to be teaching the kid how to speak and language. So if they're retarded and they can't pronounce stuff in general, then that's probably a bad sign, but we don't talk about that, okay? We don't talk about that, okay? And, you know, like, they're caring, they're very emotional. But they're, like I said earlier in stream, they're canaries in the coal mine if something's actually wrong. You know, there's supposed to be the warning sign that something's wrong with society or the household or whatever the case is, and try to convince men to change. There's a reason why women can just wrap a man around their finger, and make him do whatever he wants. And if we can call that simping, but once again, it's just the natural thing, because men naturally want to protect women. I want to provide for them. Obviously, there needs to be a limit, and once again, you need to slap them and tell them no if they're pushing it too far. But it's... There are ways, there's reason why things are the way they are, and modern society does not actually allow that to go into its fruition, doesn't allow it to express itself in the proper form, and so it gets twisted into this amalgamation of just disgustingness, where it turns into this whole hate men, dump him, men's tears, I'm going to go protest for these Somalians that are gonna rape me if I don't even have to be left alone with them. They're still gonna rape me because they're Somalians in this case. You know, I feel bad for being white because I feel so privileged, but in reality I just feel guilty that I can't actually give my wealth to my own kids, so I don't have any kids of my own. Or in this case where she actually has kids, I'm actually kind of concerned about the father figure in this case. But then again, it's Minnesota, so it's kind of hard to tell. But she still, instead of her empathy going to her kids and being like, wow, I want to actually protect my kids, her empathy's being purposely misplaced because she's watching too much TikTok and doom scrolling on Twitter and Blue Sky so much and watching too much news. And so it's actually being projected to the Somalians once again. Or in this case, Renee Good, because she feels personally attacked as a mother herself. Because she's being fear-mongered, right? She is the one reading that shitty fucking opinion NPR piece poem that we read earlier on stream, and feeling like it's actually her being personally attacked and shot at because she's believing the mainstream media. And so the best thing to do is just to separate women from their friends, from themselves, get them off the internet, stop them from voting, stop them from driving, stop them from having credit cards, and treat them like the children that they actually are, and lock them in the fucking house. That's the only thing that's actually good for them. Seriously, this baby saved their life. There's a reason why arranged marriages existed as well, right? You're supposed to, like, they're supposed to be protected by the father until they actually find a man, and then they hand it off immediately to a man. They're not supposed to have freedom. They're really not supposed to have freedom. This is not how society is supposed to be working. No matter how backwater and third world and brown it is, even they understand that shit. Like, come on. If all societies throughout all human races, throughout all of civilization, no matter how brown and third world they are, have always had, always prevented women from having rights, then maybe there's a reason why. Like, blah. Sorry, I know I went on like a massive fucking tangent there. But I hate women. I hate women, I say as I'm defending women. I just hate how we as a society have twisted everything I don't like this. I don't want to go the Jew daycare. Honestly, that's probably, let's be honest here, it's a case of women most effective once again, okay? I don't want to go the Jew daycare. I don't be a wage slave for the rest of my life, you know? I don't have a breeding fetish, I just want to have kids, you know? Like, it sounds nice, you know? Having the bills, having a roof over my head, the bills taken care of, staying home, playing with my kids, making them dinner, because I do enjoy cooking and cleaning, and not have to worry about anything except for my own kids. That sounds like paradise. And yeah, here we are. So... No drag shows for kids in Muslim countries. Exactly. Though, if Iran is truly having the revolution that they're supposed to have, and feminism, and whatever the fucking case is, we'll see how long that lasts. But I don't know, and I don't really care about the third world, so... Oh... But anyway, mine is about women here, because, you know... Women, am I right, lads? We do have some good news about the whole situation overall. Other than laughing at the protesters and stuff, they actually are arresting people, generally. I mean, not enough in my opinion, based off the videos we watched so far. But today... Not today, on January 7th, sorry, I can't read. Border Patrol agents in Minneapolis, Minnesota arrested 4 individuals on federal charges for assaulting law enforcement. Absolutely no violence against federal agents will be tolerated. Assaulting a federal agent is a crime. I know, imagine my fucking shock. And of course, the tarantula hair is figured here. I love per capita. And then, let's see, on top of that, this happened yesterday, but USDA is suspending all federal funding to the state of Minnesota, effective immediately. So, we're on the right path, chat. We're on the right path. This is gonna hurt Tim Walz pretty hard. At least I hope it does. Enough is enough. Excuse me. The Trump administration has uncovered massive fraud in Minnesota and Minneapolis. Billions siphoned off by fraudsters, and those in charge have zero plan to fix it. Today, USDA is suspending federal financial awards to Minnesota and Minneapolis, effective immediately, until sufficient proof has been provided that fraud has stopped. That's not gonna happen. No more handouts to thieves. Time to drain the Minnesota swamp and put American taxpayers first. Absolutely based. Absolutely fucking based here. Like, I was complaining for a good, like, 2 weeks with the whole Nick Shirley video that nothing's gonna happen. You know, Trump's not gonna do anything. You know, they didn't do jack shit after Charlie Kirk. What am I gonna think they're gonna do anything now? Blah, 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 blah. I was pretty black-pilled about the whole situation. But 2026 has been pretty strong so far. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, 2026 has been pretty strong so far. And this is the right way to go. By actually cutting off the federal funding for everything. Until fraud is stopped. And that's not gonna stop at all. Tim Walz has a pretty big scheme going on here. Now, he should be behind bars at the bare minimum. Frankly, not only about the massive fraud that he's done, but he's also committed treason multiple times. And so really, the treason should be solved by death penalty. But alas, that's not gonna happen. They really should arrest him at the bare minimum. But at least we're on the right track to actually trying to solve the problem here. Also, Mayor Frey should also get the, you know, treason for death penalty too. So, you know, while we're at it. But then again, the amount of treason that Minnesota has probably done in general with the politicians, and not just Minnesota, right? California, New York, even Texas. You know, there would be a lot of people in the death penalty shopping block at that rate. But you know what? Kind of down for that. Anyways, dear Governor Walz and Mayor Frey, it's my responsibility as Secretary of Agriculture to ensure sound stewardship of taxpayer dollars by eliminating fraud, waste, and abuse in all programs funded by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. This widespread and systemic fraud associated with federal benefit programs in the state of Minnesota and city of Minneapolis demonstrate an inability to handle federal resources without additional oversight and accountability measures in place. During your tenures as Governor of Minnesota and Mayor of Minneapolis, numerous nonprofits and businesses have defrauded the federal government in what a federal prosecutor in Minnesota called a staggering industrial scale fraud. Most notably, Most notably, a Minneapolis-based nonprofit, Feeding Our Future, defrauded U.S. taxpayers of nearly $250 million in federal funds given to them by Minnesota Department of Education. This fraud scheme involved USDA funding provided to the state of Minnesota to feed hungry children under the Child and Adult Care Food Program, CACFP, and the Summer Food Service Program, SFSP. As of late November, 78 defendants have been charged in what the Department of Justice characterized as the largest COVID-19 fraud scheme in the country. Other recent examples of alleged fraud in Minnesota include exploitation of the Small Business Administration Paycheck Protection Program, a scheme to defraud Housing Stabilization Services Program, and alleged fraud in daycare centers. Your administrations have refused additional accountability and oversight, claiming the criticism of rampant fraud and abuse is racist. Oh my fucking god. I do like the fact that they actually are just straight up admitting in this that, like, yeah, racism doesn't work anymore. Like, we don't care if you call us racist. You're still committing fraud. Fraud is fraud, regardless of your skin color. Now, I think race is actually important in this, because they're purposely using the brownoids as their shield in this case. It's the Somalians that are having a huge problem with the fraud, and not the whites. They're just being led like horses to water by people in high places like Tim Walz to, fund their wallets in that case. But you're not seeing this with groups of white people, that's for fucking sure. They're purposely using the Somalians as their shield. So they can actually use the whole racist thing as an excuse. As at least one of them. Also, Somalians are dumb enough to do whatever they're told. And they don't have any morals either. They're Somalian pirates, for fuck's sakes. So it's a win-win-win all around. But we don't care if you call us racist anymore. In my case, I'm actually racist, and I don't give a flying shit. But most people, even normies, can recognize the fact that using the term racist is just a weapon to demonize you and demoralize you and basically trying to minimize your point to absolutely nothing. And they're over it. They're over being called racist. Which is great. Now we just need to make them actually racist, which would solve all these problems so we don't have Somalians in the first place. We're gonna be getting there though. We're gonna get there one day. Hopefully. While the full extent of fraud in Minnesota is not yet known, it is clear that under your leadership, or lack thereof, fraudsters can take advantage of federal funds and the American taxpayer with impunity. This necessitates federal action to protect taxpayer dollars until adequate safeguards can be established. Despite a staggering wide-reaching fraud scandal, your administrations refuse to provide basic information or take common-sense measures to stop fraud. In fact, rather than confirm your SNAP rules are accurate to prevent continued fraud, you asked the courts to block USDA's directive to recertify the state's SNAP recipients. Recent news reports also emerged that Minnesota Departments of Human Services repeatedly reported incorrect information about SNAP to the federal government. The Trump administration refused to allow such fraud to continue. So one thing that I like to bring up a lot of times, usually when it comes to racial statistics, is the fact that under the Biden admin, that they were allowed to not send in their crime statistics into the FBI, because that's racist. Crime statistics are racist, and a lot of them are fudged by purposely misleading people who are obviously not white as white. And I bring that up all the fucking time when it comes to crime statistics. And it's no surprise to me that even the Department of Human Services repeatedly reported incorrect information about SNAP to the federal government. Like, if they're already lying about their statistics about crime statistics, then of course they're gonna be lying about their statistics and information about SNAP, or, I don't know, Medicaid, or like, whatever they need to lie about, really, to make their numbers look better or worse to get whatever they want. Whether that be more funding, in this case, or to not be racist and protect their precious brownoid voting slaves in the case of crime statistics. Therefore, because of your failed leadership and abysmal financial management oversight, I am notifying you that, effective immediately, I am suspending payments on all active awards and any future awards from USDA to the state of Minnesota and the city of Minneapolis, currently totaling over 129.18 million. Within 30 days, you shall provide USDA with payment justifications for all federal dollar expenditures from January 20th, 2025 to the present. Really? Only that long? I guess it's technically like 1 year, but... And they only have a short amount of time, but I figure it should be longer than that, but okay. Going forward, all transactions on awards to the state of Minnesota or the city of Minneapolis will require such payment justification. If those payment justifications are not received, awards will remain suspended. I mean, honestly, they shouldn't get anything for the next, like, 5 fucking years until both of them are gone behind bars and completely... the whole entire system needs to be completely reworked. From the top fucking down, almost every single government worker is implicated in this in some way, shape, or form. While your administrations have turned a blind eye to documented fraud, the Trump administration has made clear that fraud, waste, and abuse are unacceptable. Well, it only took Nick Shirley's, viral video to make that apparent to you, and it took you a few days to respond, but, I appreciate you actually doing something now that enough people are angry about it. That's better than being ignored, so I guess beggars can't be choosers. The American people deserve to know that their taxpayer dollars are helping those in need, not criminals. I look forward to your defense of government spending and making certain any federal dollars are spent with integrity. Sincerely, Brooke L. Rollins, Secretary of Agriculture. Sorry, I need a drink after that. Blah, 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 blah. There we go. So overall, this is a win. Is it perfect? No. But it's still action taken. It's still cutting them off from their federal funding. That's gonna hurt a lot. That's gonna hurt a fucking lot. It's probably won't last forever. Even though they say that they have to have justification for payments. Until they can prove that fraud doesn't happen and shit like that. Eventually they'll go back. A judge will either block it if they haven't already. And then, or the Trump administration will be out of power, and then, hopefully Vance replaces him, but then again, I don't know. I think Vance will probably win in 2028. The Democrats don't actually have anybody, and they tried to lie and say that Kamala Harris is more popular than ever recently, and I was like, really? Is Kamala Harris really that popular? Like, this bitch became VP, even though she had less than 1% of popularity during the 2020 election, okay? Like, come on. Here. But it won't take much to before this gets rescinded and they can continue on the fraud scheme if this is actually handled properly. And this is the right step in the right direction, but it's still not being handled completely properly. And who knows, they can fudge the numbers again. I mean, they can maybe be found out about it because they already know that they fudge the numbers on other things too, but I know I don't mean the black pill because this is still a good thing, but I'm also like, I'm not gonna be like blindly trusting something and being like, oh look, this is amazing, there are some flaws here and I can see how this could, not work in the end. So they might win if they get the rigged. Well, they tried fortifying the 2020 election and they were successful then, but the gap between Kamala and Trump was way too fucking big in 2024. We'll have to see how 2028 goes, but I imagine the gap's gonna be too big to fortify it again. Based off the current swing of things. But that is still, 2.5 years away roughly. Or more like 3, because we just started 2026, right? It's only been a year of the Trump presidency, so it's like 3. We'll see what'll happen. I mean, for fuck's sakes, I'm usually a nothing ever happens bro, I always bet on nothing ever happening. But in the past week and a half, more shit has happened than in months. So, so much can change in a day, in a week, and even a year. So, we'll see how everything falls in 2028, or maybe it'll just be more of the same. The best quarter 2024 election. I guess we did cheat that last time, LMAO. If they did, it will create a civil war. I mean, maybe. But I'm not the beanie man. Just because I'm wearing a P.E.P.E. hoodie doesn't mean I wear a beanie. I'm not gonna be crying Civil War and World War III like crazy like this. Like, I mean, Jan 6 was, you know, a pretty good display of resistance. And I remember being pretty salty that I was not part of the Facebook groups to hear about it, or else I totally would have joined it. I was, cause okay, that's the thing about it, right? It was all organized on Facebook for January 6th with the boomers and shit. And, it wasn't on Parlor, even though Parlor got the fall for it, which really pissed me fucking off. I love Parlor. I know it was only alive for 6 months before it got shut down, and I know it's back, but let's be honest here, it's not the same. Nobody actually uses Parlor. But Parlor was so much fucking fun. It was better than Gab and Minds could ever be. And then it gets shut down because it got accused of for the January 6th shit. Which, once again, friendly reminder, Democrats will do the exact same thing to Twitter. I mean, Keir Starmer's already talking about banning Twitter on Britain already, so, you know. The same thing would happen here in the US. I was like, damn, I would have gone to January 6th. I was so fucking pissed over the 2020 elections, not even funny. As I was watching the Lotus Eaters do the election, or was it Sargon? I can never remember if the Lotus Eaters were around when the elections happened or not. Or if it was just simply Sargon. I think the Lotus Eaters were around when the 2020 election happened. So I know they started somewhere in 2020 and 2021. And I was watching them cover it. And I was working at the gas station at the time, and I was closing, and I was just listening to them. And I was just like, you know, watching. I was like super excited. I was like, hell yeah, Trump's gonna win. You know, watching as each state started like closing their polls and stuff like that. And I was like, okay, great. And then I go home after closing the gas station. I go to bed. I wake up and I just see the massive, gigantic F. And I was like, what is this shit? I was so pissed. I spent like all day at work being the typical gas station worker, being stuck on my phone, just scrolling through Parlor like crazy, looking at all these different videos and graphs and signs of election fraud, being like, what the fuck actually happened here? I was so mad. I was ranting about that for like a solid year at the bare minimum. And then I started talking to my ex, and he's just like, well, if something actually would happen, then they'll actually, you know, arrest them for it. And then of course it gets thrown out of the trial. Oh, there's no fraud happening here. It totally doesn't happen. Oh, a few months later, how we fortified the elections. You know, we totally worked with Apple and Google together with Facebook, with Zuckerberg, and all these other big billionaire oligarchs that own social media to organize and the propaganda and to fortify the election. Oh my god. Oh, isn't it so amazing? Oh, and I just sat there fucking seething. Nothing some random fucking woman on the internet can do about it. Ugh. But that's way off topic now. That was 5 years ago, 6 years ago at this point. You know, we had the anniversary of January 6th a few days ago, and nobody gave a shit about the Democrats, except they did this whole like memorial thing with candles. I saw that and I just laughed, and I was like, I could talk about this on stream, but I also feel like giving them attention is letting them win in a way, because it's been fucking 5 years now since January 6th, and it was a whole fucking just debacle as it was, a complete fucking setup, unfair from the fucking start. They literally let them fucking in, and these Democrats act like it was an actual tragedy, like they actually fucking died, and it was raped and pillaged on the streets. And it's just like, if you're gonna be acting like the goddamn victims that you are, then fuck off. I'm not gonna give you attention with your candlelight vigil for it. It's been 5 years, get over yourself. Excuse me, Fortnite the election? Excuse me? Fortify, not Fortnite. Though, you know, give it 10 years, I'm sure they'll probably add Hillary Clinton into Fortnite too, or whatever the case is. She'll still be pushing from the grave. Vote for me, because I'm a woman! Pokemon Go to the polls! Oh. I heard about the J6 plan from Timcast. He said he would be there. I went, Tim pulled in it, the lying bitch. See, this is the problem where I was getting my... I mean, I still kind of am. Getting my news from Europeans. I literally realized, I think like last night or the night before, that pretty much all my favorite political commentators are all European. I think the only American that I actually really liked was Louis Laval. And he's been dead for years now. But pretty much all my favorite political commentators are European. They talk about American politics. I didn't like Tim Pool. I hated how he had a fence stuck up his ass, and I hated the Timcast and how it was formulated. I hated Ben Shapiro, not because he was a Jew. I didn't care about that during the time period. I just hated how he spoke and how arrogant he was. I never really got into Steven Crowder. You know, I never really got into Alex Jones beyond the memes. And I was too lazy to go on InfoWars to really watch him, to be completely honest, which I kind of feel bad now. Because I really did enjoy him for the memes and stuff, but I just like to watch what I like to watch. I think the only action... Okay, you guys are gonna crucify me for this, but I think the biggest person I watched that was actually American was Blair White. way back in the day. Oh man. Actually, hold on a second. Let me verify this so I'm not being a complete fucking fool. Let me go into my alt account and look at my subs. No, not sleep time. Go fuck off, you N-word. Let's see. Armor Skeptic doesn't count because he's a skeptic. Chris Raygun, but then he started dating Lacey Green, and that's a huge fucking, you know, deal. Became crazy. Pratt was German, and then he also did the whole black stabbery and faggotry. Think Before You Sleep. Okay, there we go. We got an American. There we go. Think Before You Sleep. Yeah, I really like my Europeans. Because all my favorite people are literally European. Think Before You Sleep and Blair White are the only Americans that I actually really watched a lot. I think Before You Sleep is a relatively new channel in the grand scheme of things. And he's fallen off quite a bit. Because he started dating, Brittany Venti. Man, guys, be careful what pussy you stick your dick into, man. Chris Raygun went off the rails because of Lacey Green. Think Before You Sleep went off the rails because of Brittany Venti. Like, seriously, don't be pussy whipped, okay? Listen, there are some great men out there that bend their morals, for some horrible women. I know Brittany Venti is really fucking funny. She does some great memes on Twitter, but come on, man. Don't be like that, okay? Don't. And the thing is, too, that the crazy thing about Think Before You Sleep, as soon as it was announced that they were dating, every single comic session was filled that, okay, she's gonna ruin him, she's gonna ruin him, she's gonna ruin him. And then, like, 6 to 9 months later, they break up, and he's completely ruined. And meanwhile, I was like, you know, he's probably fine, he's got a girlfriend, you know, hopefully wishing for the best. I've heard bad things about Brittany Venti, but I've heard some good things about her, too, you know. Like, hopefully it's okay, you know, right, have some hope. No. It's like, god damn it. God fucking damn it. This is why you don't date whores, chat. This is why you don't date whores. Oh. What no pussy does to a motherfucker? I've seen what pussy does to a motherfucker. Oh god. Sorry, I went on my fangirl ranting here. Thank you, Shell Beach, for the $10 dudes. Thank you, my dude. Thank you. Come on, Mal, let's close the stream with some hard as fuck right-wing content. The audience needs a palate cleanser after 3 hours of deranged liberal spurgouts. Watch the video. Am I part of the whole liberal spurgouts here? Am I also part of the liberal spurgouts here? I hope not. But yeah, we can watch the video. You said it's only 4 minutes long, so therefore, let me find it real quick. While I'm doing so, thank you, Crowder. Oh, I already said that super chat. I'm definitely not repeating that one again. And then I know the Jews gave me a call. Oh, okay, never mind. I'm misremembering. I've already did that super chat as well. Okay. Yes, Mr. Beast is a Taurus. Fuck that guy. he's making sure that more fucking Africans populate even more, and I can't stand it. What was the video called? I have to go back. The trifecta of liberal, and then it cuts off. Is there a way that I can, like, read? Aha! The trifecta. Okay, there we go. I'm slowly but surely learning the YouTube backend as. There we go. Oh, it's only a year old. Interesting. Wait, did it have to be taken down? Oh, that makes it spicy. Okay, I like my spicy content. Trifecta of liberal neurosis. Thank you, Anime Acumen, for the $2 reviews. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Depends on the motherfucker, honestly. True. True. I mean, no offense to think before you sleep, but there were signs that he would be pussy-lipped when you look back. But he made me a better woman, I would say. I think he made me a better woman overall. He also really increased my hatred for women as which is quite impressive.
From 2001 to 2005, a grand jury was impaneled to investigate the Clinton Foundation in lieu of a number of world governments that had donated mass sums of money to it. From 2001 to 2003, however, none of these so-called donations had been declared, and when the investigators were confronted with this fact, the entire investigation...
She's so young. I mean, she's still old, but she's so young. Oh my god. Okay, quick tangent. I just want to say that looking at pictures of women when they were significantly younger is quite sad. And a nice friendly reminder that women age like milk and men like wine. And it's terrifying.
was redirected with the appointment of none other than James Comey.
Wait, that's not it? That's not it? That's not it? Wait, this is not it? I'm watching the wrong video? Is it this one? It looks like we got a few different versions of this. Yeah. Why can't women gracefully age? Because God hates them, that's why. Also requires working out and eating healthy, and that's impossible these days. Unless you have aninochromes. Aninochromes. Which requires dead babies. And well, there's plenty of dead babies these days. The trifecta of liberal neurosis, yeah, but that's what this one claimed to be, and clearly it was a lie. So, I guess maybe this one?
If a person defends the activities of communist nations while consistently attacking the domestic and foreign policy of the United States, she may be a communist.
The rise of the New Right and the collateral empowerment of Shitlord Incorporated has supercharged three stereotypical neuroses of the left, pushing them to the brink of mass psychosis and mental breaks with reality. These neuroses are cognitive dissonance, narcissistic rage, and psychological projection. Reality, and the thrusting of reality into the faces of liberals by the sadistic...
Yes. Charleston, right? That was Charleston? Or is it Charlottesville? Charlottesville. Something with a C. Goddamn, what was it, like 2017, 2018 with the tiki torches? So-called Nazis. Good people on both sides. Good people on both sides. AKA Trump, supporting Nazism.
Alt-right has forced the equalist leftoid bubble bitches to grapple with their amplified and aggravated cognitive dissonance. This unfamiliar threat to their cortical stability results in a narcissistic self-protection cascade. Essentially, race and sex equalist liberals feel like they are under physical attack, even when these attacks are only verbal shivs, and that their worth as human beings, as reproductively judged human beings, is questioned and found wanting. The political is personal for liberals, and therefore the massive dissonant mental break between their signaled virtues and reality makes it feel to them as if their sexual attractiveness has cratered. When their sexual worth is suddenly and unappreciatively thrown into stark relief by exposure to higher SMV women and men, this causes a bitter series of contradictory reactions to
I'm sorry, I know what point he's trying to make here, but it is notable to point out that a lot of attractive women are usually a little bit more conservative because being skinny and hot is now a right-wing thing, versus being ugly and disfigured is completely left. But she's explaining a lot better, obviously, in more psychological terms. But regardless of that in general, remember, women are still whores, okay? Okay, I'm going to ignore the philosophy and the man making strong points here, and I'm just going to simply say women are whores. This is why women cannot be based, okay? Even if they're hot, even if they're supposedly Trump supporters like this, you know, they're still showing their faces and titties for male attention online. Women can't be based. Our e-girls are hotter than their e-girls, exactly. Oh.
higher SMV women and men. This causes a bitter series of contradictory reactions to unkind reality that manifests as, for example, fat acceptance
Oh my
hitched to
fucking
thin
god.
privilege, or game denialism contradictorily
Hot.
coupled to jerkboy shaming. Also added to these neuroses is psychological projection, which is universally evident in liberal mental gymnastics, and never more so than at present, when they are being undermined and subverted to a degree that they haven't experienced in generations by an unleashed force of right-wing assassins. Psychological projection, like narcissistic rage, is the liberal's emotional defense to cognitive dissonance, when the real world will not align with one's cultivated virtue world, and one's beliefs and actions are exposed as the menace to healthy society that they are, then psychological projection becomes an ego emollient that spares the liberal any need for self-reflection or even self-awareness. When one can readily project one's personal malevolence, intended or coincidental, onto a perceived enemy, a release from guilt and shame is achieved. Furthermore, psychological projection has the added benefit of opening a pathway for liberals to recommit to their virtue signaling and slandering of non-liberal realists. If you have tricked yourself into believing your foes are the shitbags that you really are, then you can return to the pleasure of feeling smugly moralistic. So what does this all mean for the nascent white awareness rebellion? When equalist
I have to admit, I do kind of worry from time to time that, like, I fall into that trap a little bit. I guess it's still the centrist that's, you know, the splinters in my ass from taking up the fence for so long. Because I thought I was also a classical liberal and enlightened centrist myself for a time period. Um, and, you know, I don't want to do to them what they do to me because I'm better than them and moral faggotry and all that fun stuff, right? Like, I'm sitting here, I don't give a shit anymore, like, about the fact that that woman gets shot. I do think it's good. Right. Like, I do think I don't like the government, but I do like ICE coming in and sweeping up the streets. The different things like that. But part of me does like is a bit scared, being like, now that I don't give a shit anymore, and I firmly think I'm right, and I don't care what they have to say. I given up on debates. I've given up on emotions. I don't have empathy anymore for these people. I know they hate me and they want me to be dead. And it's been proven time and time again. Obviously, the biggest example is the Charlie Kirk assassination for the most recent memory. Part of me still worries that while this has been proven, I'm falling into that trap that the leftists do, because the left has been telling themselves for over 10 years now that Trump wants them dead for being gay, or brown, or black, or being a woman, you know, trying, oh, they're, you know, now that I can't have an abortion anymore, you know, my birth control access is out the window and I'm living in the Handmaid's Tale. You know, it's all absolutely crazy. But that's their reality, and while their reality is false, they think it's true. And I think our reality, you know, where they're absolutely insane and they can't actually see what's happening here, I think that's true. It's kind of like at the beginning of the stream how like Arch talked about the difference of reality, where they can look at the same exact video of what happened and see completely different sides, whatever justifies their narrative essentially. And obviously I think that my side is right. But I don't know, I do worry a little bit that as I become more radical and careless, that I'll fall into that trap too. So, uh, this is absolutely an echo chamber. We are human too. We're just as susceptible of being ideologically captured. It's important to think for yourself. Yeah, and like that's important to remember. Like I like to say all the time. At least I try to say often enough that you know, your algorithm does show you whatever it's going to think is going to like and what's going to piss you off. And it's very Twitter algorithm is very sensitive. You like one cute cat video, and for the next 2 days, half your timeline is nothing but cute cat videos. And it's like, okay, I appreciate the cute cat videos, but I want the politics, right? It's very very sensitive, which is good and bad in a lot of ways because you can easily change it, but at the same time, like you get siloed really easily, and you can often forget there is a completely different reality out there that other people are being siloed into, and they firmly believe that that's the correct one, and they don't realize that they have been spoon-fed this information themselves with it. And I don't know, it's just it's this basically this in between of realizing that and also realizing the left really do want you dead. They really do fucking want you dead. They'd be more than happy to see every white person eradicated. They made it very, very clear many, many times. Not just with Charlie Kirk, this was that the past 10 years. Apparently, like, Mamdami's aide, I've only half paid attention to the story, so part of anything's incorrect. But, like, Mamdami's aide was talking about how she wants all white people to be killed, and they're advocating for whites to, like, something about housing or something along those lines. This is where I lose track of the story. And then it comes out that like her mom or she has like a $0.14 million house or some crap like that, and when she gets questioned on it, she starts crying. And it's just like they really do want you destroyed and dead. Well, am I getting too radical? For real, that's what re-radicalized me. They genuinely want you dead, and the Charlie Kirk thing really opened my eyes. Oh yeah, I know that affected a lot of people. For me, it wasn't that surprising. Like Charlie Kirk being assassinated was quite the shock because it was so random and out of the blue, and it was quite sad. Actually, if you watch the video, it's quite tragic. You know, hearing the different stories, hearing Erica Kirk sobbing. Now I don't give a shit. That woman needs to be locked up. But all this different stuff, and if anything that reaffirmed my radicalization and proved to me that we're not harsh enough, if anything. um so but like I said, there's a small part of me that wonders about this, just a little bit.
Leftoids are experiencing acute cognitive dissonance and narcissistic rage. The correct response is increase the fucking voltage. Cucks had it all wrong from the get-go. You never give emotionally breaking shitlibs an inch. Feed a rabbit a blade of grass and he'll pop out 10 more to devour your lawn. When the rabbit warren is on the edge of annihilation, you put foxes into the holes and wipe out every last one of them. And this, of course, when metaphors are no longer expedient.
How many of you get that reference? I'm kind of curious.
Are no longer expedient.
I'm sure some of you probably do. For those who don't know, way back in the olden days, back when Kakisani flags still flew, ADL made the OK symbol a hate crime, a hate sign, because the three fingers here stands for white, and then the circle, and then down the wrist stands for P. So it's white power. There, and it starts a 4chan meme, which is the funniest thing. It's a fucking 4chan meme. We're like, ha ha ha, they're so sensitive, they'll believe anything is white supremacy, you know, ha ha ha, white power, even the OK symbol is white power. And like, then they actually fucking believed it, and they went ahead and did it. This is clearly an old video. You can tell by the quality of the video and the audio and stuff. And plus the pictures that he was using is clearly from 2016 Trump era. The first one at least. So it's just like, oh, God. There's a 4chan up. Yep, I said that. 4chan's biggest psyop. See, it's so sad to see how far 4chan has fallen. And then they changed the emotes to only have 2 fingers. I don't remember that, but I wouldn't be surprised. This guy saying stuff I agree with, but it's a bit of wall texty. Core part of rightism is using few words to strike at the heart of a thing. He's clearly trying to go from the educated standpoint. Like I said, this is an old video. And back in the day, these explanation videos of philosophy and psychology were like all the rage. They're not as common anymore as streaming has gotten more popular in general. And I don't know, I don't really see it as much. It seems like the culture has changed on the YouTube and video format making. Slaughtergun still kind of does this kind of thing to a certain extent, but it's not how it used to be. Academic Agent doesn't have the same pull that he used to, though that could be for other factors. It just seems like these texty explanation people have kind of died out a little bit, and more people are just angry and more reactionary overall because they don't really need these texty wall explanations of psychology. They can literally look at the leftists talking about how they want them dead. And that's enough explanation for them. So, a lot of people don't have attention span for these videos anymore, me included. Understandable. This is definitely, I mean, it's only a 3-minute video, but this is something I would like normally like pop up while I'm like vacuuming or something like that. So, Is that it overall? Okay. And this is back during the era where you would end your videos for the last 30 seconds with some rock music. Largon did this, Shoe and Head did this, Blair White still does this. Actually, Shoe still does this too. So this is clearly old. I'm curious if it actually has a date. Oh my god, BitChute. Okay, talk about a blast in the past. We got some BitChute reference. Jesus Christ. Anyway, in case you guys want to watch this yourself to redigest it, it's a good video, but yeah, it's definitely more wall of texty and explains decently well what's happening, but I don't know. Once again, it seems like these days it's easier to just point and see what's actually happening versus explain it this way. She was basically Capsule 2014. True, but she's still fucking funny. And she has become more base as time has gone on. I mean, for fuck's sakes, the whole, I will vote for whoever doesn't kiss the wall. And I'm like, hell yeah, go queen, go slay. Well, we could talk about, like, you know, I support the socialism. Okay, so we are a bit over, and by bit over, we're like an hour over, but it's fine, you know. We like to party and laugh at leftists. Make sure I didn't miss any super chats or anything like that, because I'm a really bad streamer. It looks like we're all good in the hood there. Let me see who is live tonight. So far at 1 a.m. on a Saturday. Sorry for the dead air. Usually I'm pretty good at not having dead air, but I just kind of like blanked for a hot second. Let's see here. I'm gonna send YouTube Bros the Mizu. Looks like he's covering Brown Desk 2 getting censored. And fuck censorship. And then for Kick Bros, Oh, I haven't rated Leaflet in a hot fucking minute, but then she's went on vacation, so that makes sense. So Kick Bros are getting rated to Leaflet. Rumble Bros, you stay in the chair as where you belong. There we go. Okay, remember, in Mizu's case, do not bring up politics to him. He is not political, okay? If you bring up politics, you're gay. We throw gays off the buildings. Islam is right about women and the gays, okay? You know, Iran, all that fucking fun stuff. I don't fucking know. I don't give a shit about Iran. But the point remains, okay? Don't be gay, okay? We don't like the gays here. With Leaflet, you know, if she's political, it doesn't really matter. Unless she's not talking about politics, then don't be rude. Anyway. Thank you everybody for stopping by for tonight's stream. I hope you had fun. Thank you for all your subby bubbies, donos, and vigorous spankings. I'll see you guys on Monday at 7:45 p.m. EST for whatever we do then. Maybe we'll start Outlast. Maybe we'll cover more politics. We'll see how the cookie crumbles by then. And I will send you guys off. Be good. Be good, be good, be good. Oh shit, hold on a second. Shell Beach, thank you for the $5 reduce. This is one of the later's VPX videos. I didn't want to go too hard. Probably for the best. My brain is fried. It's been a day. Go watch Under the Bridge with V on V's live streaming channel. Yeah. I don't know how to shill. I'm a horrible shill. And thank you, Anime Acumen, for the $2 reduce. Good night. Well, good night to you too. Good night to you too. Snuck it right in on time. I like it when he sneak things in properly and yeah, consensually and CNC. And anyway, good night, chat. Be good. Bye. Bye. Bye.
I mean, hey, if Pac-Man affected us as kids, we'd all be munching magic pills and listening to repetitive electronic music, am I right?